Hit him with that shit done. Jasmine.
No, Koi. I think you'll be safe. I think you'll be fine. Nobody's getting sacrificed or sold off or anything. Turn down this music a little bit in my ear here. And actually, let me grab that that artwork I had going on here, so we have it going on this scene too. And existing. Oh God, it's huge. Let's shrink this down some. we are actually going to put this over the game feed because we're not really doing anything too active in the game today. Echo Chamber is going to open up for a little bit, but we are a little short-handed, don't have a lot of people tonight. And Naka did shave. Yes, I did. It was getting really scraggly and kind of turning more into a Brillo pad. So I just was like, chop, it's got to go. It all has to go. And a haircut, yeah. Actually, I got the haircut a little while ago, but you know, most of the time I'm wearing like a hat or something. So yeah, I got all that stuff done. Winter, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing, Winter? Oh, is Heck in here too? Hey, Heck! Oh my gosh, there's a lot of people here starting out tonight. I'm impressed. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oh my god, my face so big. Yes, my shout outs take over the entire screen. I want y'all to get the attention. It's not all about me. Okay, sometimes it's all about me, but especially not today. Today, I definitely wanted to focus on, definitely with the fact that with it being June, of course, it is Pride Month. We have Pride celebrations going on in various different cities across the states and whatnot. And last year, especially in the month of June for the Echo Chamber, every day that we were open, or every other day it seemed like, because we were open like 3 times a week last year, but we were doing an event where we would talk about like the myths and the truths about every different part of the spectrum when it came to the LGBTQ plus community, because we almost have every letter of the alphabet in there, with the different types of identifications and classifications and labels that we have now, or even non-labels in some people cases. But we wanted to talk about just, the misconceptions and misunderstandings and the things that people had to deal with, which each and every different part of the spectrum, whether it be lesbian, bi, gay, pan, asexual, demisexual, transsexual, every part of it, even though we are part of the larger community, but each subsection has like a different challenge when it comes to social issues and society nowadays. Winter, that emote is so cute. I love it. I am doing pretty good, actually. Thank you so much for asking, Winter. I was super excited about tonight's show. I've actually been planning this for a couple of weeks now. Even though I haven't done like a lot of production stuff wise, it's more so I've been doing research on like testimonies and stories, and getting kind of up to speed with current events, especially with the very disheartening decision by the Supreme Court that was made recently that I'm fairly sure that all of us, if not most of us, are aware of. That's the whole soapbox we'll kind of touch upon tonight, and I don't know. We'll see how many degrees, how many levels we'll get into that, because of course, that happened literally just within the past couple of days. So that wasn't necessarily going to be the key point for tonight, but I do know, especially when we're talking about hardships and trials and tribulations, we as the LGBTQ plus community, we've had plenty, and still to today, we still have our challenges and our trials that we have to get over. But now with the decision that was recently made by the Supreme Court, women just as an entire community of people are going to be facing newer and legal challenges from state to state, depending on how state legislature goes from here. So we've got a lot of stuff to really be kind of worried about here. I see a few familiar names in here tonight. Hope everyone's doing good. Monday, Friday, Saturdays. I think it was Mondays, Tuesdays, and Saturdays last year, if I'm not mistaken, was when we were doing it. That was last year. Felt like 3 months ago. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it really does. It feels like last June, last Pride was just so recently. As a matter of fact, the dragons that we've got on display in the slideshow up here in the upper right-hand corner, those are the exact same dragons that we were using to represent different parts of the spectrum when we were talking about them each and every night that we were open then. So definitely had all those going. So I brought those back for this year. Role players! Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, you rated the channel. Oh, you got a lot of people in here with you. Hello, everybody. My name is Nakarumi, otherwise the One-Winged Healer. I primarily play Final Fantasy XIV the majority of the time. Welcome to my channel. Did I move? Yes, honey, I did. To kind of catch you up a little bit, I recently, just at the beginning of this month, moved in with my partner. So I'm no longer, working out of my bedroom like I used to in the other house that I lived in. But I'm so excited. I got to move in with my partner. We are now finally living together after 4 years of being in a relationship. We share a bedroom. This room is our office, and we'll eventually become a studio once everything's like unpacked and put away and set up correctly, so you don't see U-Haul boxes here in the background. But yes, super excited. Spill the tea. Oh, now, honey, I always got the tea on hand and ready to go. Which, of course, today is Positive Energy Sweet Tangerine Tea by Yogi. Yes, I just gave them a free endorsement. Where's my sponsorship as I spill tea? You told me to spill the tea, and I literally did. Look what you did. I blame you. Anywho. Now that I've got tangerine tea everywhere. Genuinely happy for me. Thank you so much. It has been a long time in the making. And it was just like everything, the puzzle pieces just fell in place. His roommate just recently moved out. My roommate at the former place was moving out. And plus the rent was about to go up. So it was kind of really fortuitous that all of this just fell into place at the exact right time, which never happens in life. So that was super, super lucky. Ion, oh my gosh, we have so many people here tonight. Good gracious. No, spill only drink. I regret nothing. Was literally just about to wait. Why the fuck is it 7 minutes now? Oh, wait, what did we talk about 7 minutes? Naka, what did you do? I spilled the tea. That's what I did. Riker! Right over the button. Yeah, I get the feeling that between everybody that's in the channel right now, we're definitely going to be hitting drink the tea quite a lot. Oh my goodness, role players, thank you so much. I need to update my donation goal that I got. It still says TwitchCon up there, and in all honesty, I don't think I'm gonna make TwitchCon this year. I just don't see it realistically happening, or at least financially happening. But we do know that this poor Frankenstein computer still needs a new motherboard, so I think that's what we're gonna be doing here. Yeah, I don't think it's happening for me either. I know, I heard that you were having to move too. Oh, that's right. I think I saw that you talking about that in your Discord. Congratulations on that. I know that's gonna be, from all the people that I've heard prior that has had that surgery, I guess you can call it, done, has been super happy with it. So I am super excited for you to get that done. But anywho, we're getting off on like 4 or 5 different tangents here. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody that came in. But to get back to what we were talking about, of course, we are celebrating Pride this month. So I was really wanting to go over like a bunch of testimonies and stories with like coming out stories for, various people across the spectrum. We've got good stories, heartwarming stories, sad stories, because not all of them always have a happy ending. And even though it is really inspiring and gives us that kind of positive, happy feeling when we hear a story that just ended so well and so perfectly, almost like, that happy romantic ending in the movies that we see from Hollywood all the time. That's great. And it's such a wonderful thing for those people, and, makes us happy for them. But sometimes they're hard to relate to. Not all the stories end that way, and a lot of times, if not a majority of the times, it doesn't end so well. So there's a lot of people out there that, need support, need help, need resources, and I want to make sure that we point those out and talk about those tonight. As an example, you'll see in the Twitch description here, I've got !Trevor, which is a tribute to the Trevor Project. As it says right there in chat, they are the world's largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for the LGBTQ plus young people, and you can find all of their resources on that website. You can donate to their cause. You can gain access to all of their resources. They have plenty and tons of information on how you can support the program, whether you're somebody who needs that support or know of somebody who needs that support, or just trying to figure out how to provide support yourself to someone who is in need. You can find all of that information there on that website. Do we have a command? Yes, Drake, we do have a command. I also got a separate one here for the art tribute for all the Pride Dragons we've got on display in the upper right-hand corner here. These Pride Dragons, which we also used last year, are made by Kenneth. They have a DeviantArt page where you can see all of their creations and productions that they themselves have done, and you can find all of those Pride Dragons on their Tumblr website, which is also posted there in the description. We got such wonderful reviews and praise about those Pride Dragons that we were using from last year, so I wanted to make sure that we brought those back. Now, as far as the Echoes Chamber, I'm going to be 100% honest here. I'm not even paying attention to Final Fantasy. I'm not even entirely sure what we've got going on in the club at the moment. Let's see if we pop over real quick. Let me see if we've got any momentum here going. I know that we had a call out. Somebody was not able to bartend for us, and our DJ is going on a trip. So she wasn't able to be here tonight. So we're kind of missing some people. We are short-staffed, and we're actually going to be spending the next couple of weeks kind of doing a Help Wanted project. So if you are interested in... Oh, hello, that is not Final Fantasy, y'all. 1 second. That is my chat commands. Okay, that's Final Fantasy. And where is my face? Look, professional streamer problems. I didn't set my scenes up at all. Anywho. Oh, there was an announcement here. What did I just miss? Again, professional streamer problems. I'm keeping an eye on the door. Ah, thank you so much, Ryu. So much appreciate that. But yeah, it's just the start of the hour. I don't really see too many people around. But I'm totally not paying attention to Final Fantasy right now because we have a lot of material that I do want to go over tonight. So we're pretty much going to be spending the majority of time on this screen. But let's see. Let me pull up all my resources that I was taking a look at here. And I do want y'all as an audience to also participate in these stories as well. Do y'all have Gamba tonight? I don't think so. I'm only partially caught up on what we were talking about in the staffing channel tonight. So I'm not entirely sure who all is available and all of what we got going on. I know I'm a horrible club owner. It's been so hard for me to get 100% invested back into it. As things get settled though, you know, getting fully moved in here, getting my other projects done in a timely fashion, and also catching up with my day job. There's a lot of stuff going on with my day job currently that has kind of prevented me from doing like the organization and preparation that I usually do during the day. So it's been hard for me to get stuff done and commit time to it. So we'll get to it eventually. I don't necessarily have a time frame, but we're getting there. We're getting there. You need to get back into Final Fantasy XIV. I wish I still had the time and what's the word I'm looking for? Resources to get back into Final Fantasy XIV like I was practically living there prior. But life has gotten busy, you know. It was actually another streamer I was just watching the other day. Steph Up the Game is her Twitch name. And lovely streamer. As a matter of fact, let me give her a shout out here. Hopefully I spell it correctly. Steph Up the Game. Yep, that's her. Steph Up the Game. She also plays a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. She is a pleasure to talk to, play with, and watch play Final Fantasy XIV. She is hilarious and definitely has a lot of like puns and corny humor that is kind of adorable. Not just throwing that out there. But she said, you know, with a bunch of other streamers out there that she's networked with and talked with, played the game with, she's like, I don't even understand how they have actual real lives outside of the internet, or how they have time for it. Honey, I can relate to that. Good gracious. I still to this day don't know how I managed to keep up with my streaming channel, my broadcasting, my production, and still somehow maintain a level of an actual real life outside of the confines of my internet. It's a process. Good Lord. But if you definitely haven't heard of her before, check out her channel. Her content is great, and I absolutely love it. Coit, is Final Fantasy 14 any good? We're not even going to get on that soapbox, or we're not going to have enough time tonight to talk about anything at all whatsoever. Just throwing that out there. If I stay here too much, it makes me want to get Final Fantasy 14 up and running. Just go to the club with y'all. That would actually be a fun time, heck. Just like take a random night and just go venue hopping on the different venues that are available just all across Primal Data Center. Or if we ever make an alt like on Crystal, for example. Crystal is notorious for their roleplay community and the venues that they have there. So if you ever decide to get back into Final Fantasy 14 and make a character on the Crystal Data Center, all over the place, you're going to find venues and probably bump into a few things that you were probably not prepared for. But that's besides the point. Yeah, whenever I get into Final Fantasy 14 heavy, I can't do literally anything else. Amen. It is so true. The game gets you so involved and so immersive, it's hard to pay attention to anything else. That is first. Data center travel soon. Oh my god, I needed it like last year. When is the Echo open? I want to say that we are open right now. Of course, we're a little on the short-handed side. We've got Takeshi running the bar. We've got Ryu, who is our greeter right now. I'm just posing pretty in the DJ stand at the moment, just to park my character somewhere. So we don't have a lot going on at the moment, but like I was talking about, podcast, the talk show, that's what I wanted to focus on tonight. Echo is always open. Apply today. The order of the Echo is always open. This is extremely true. I don't think there's a single hour of the day that we don't have some type of activity going on in the free company. You're always pretty, Naka. Look, I try. Very pink this year. Oh, are we talking about like you got some sun on your skin kind of pink? Or are we talking about your character in game kind of pink? Naka should host a Gamba table. I honestly wouldn't know what I would be doing if I did. So you can hold up your end of the deal in paying me. Sir, that is if you are working, I will pay you. That is what's happening. Anywho, I do want to talk about coming out stories tonight, especially for our Pride event. Starting off with my own story, which is a little bit kind of humorous. It's not necessarily so much dramatic as it is, kind of just matter of fact. I know for me, coming out as, well, I said bisexual at the beginning because I was still trying to figure it out before I ever said gay. But I was probably no older than somewhere between 14 to 16. I was living with my mother. My parents were already divorced at the time, so I was actually with my mother and to-be stepfather at the time. And me and my sister were just walking down the street, just kind of talking to each other, going back and forth late at night. And we were kind of talking about like each other's secrets. It was just one of those nights where we were having that kind of conversation. She admitted that she was smoking, at the little age of 12, 13 that she was. And the only thing that's going in my head is, honey, you have asthma. You could die from smoking. This is not good for your health. And then of course, I came out to her as quote unquote liking boys. Which she kind of sort of admitted to already knowing, but never really talked about it. But in that immediate moment in time, when I was worried about her health and her smoking with her asthma, because she was a severe asthmatic, it's just like, oh my gosh, I have to tell my mom so that way they can take proper measures to make sure she stays healthy and okay, and, all of a sudden doesn't, have an asthma attack and dies right on the spot. Like, these were the fears that were going through my head. So I'm like now dashing home. Like, I just took off for no reason with no explanation from her, and I ran all the way home, and I ran straight up to my mother, and blurted out, "My sister is smoking." In that same moment, I also had this intrinsic fear that because I've now tattletaled on my sister, she was also going to turn around and tattletale that I like boys. So in the same breath that I ran into my house, ran up to my mother and said, "My sister is smoking," I also turned around and was like, "And I'm also bisexual." And I ran straight to my room and slammed the door shut. Looking back on that, like 20 years rewinding, I can only imagine the shock and processes that went through my mother's head when I just slammed her with all of that information in one short sentence and then slammed the door. Exactly, Hank. That is exactly what probably happened. Just what the hell happened? She may have pinched herself to make sure she was awake and that she wasn't dreaming or whatever. I don't know. I do not know. But that is how I came out to my mother. Following after that, which, bless my mother, bless my stepfather, I could not have asked for them to approach this any better than they did. But their reaction, as far as what they did after I came out to them, was they called me out to the living room. And it was like a family meeting. Like they rang the gong. It's like everybody has to attend. But they called a family meeting, and we're sitting in the living room, and the conversation that followed afterwards was not what I was expecting. I was expecting some level of, disappointment, or you can't live your life like this. I was half expecting there to be a little bit of a religious repercussion, because especially on my stepfather's side, we have a Methodist pastor who's in the family, so of course religion was very important to him and the family as well. And none of that ever came up at all. Like, nothing about that was said. There was no anger, there was no crying or upset. Well, maybe me crying, but there was no upset reaction to my news that came out. Instead, the thing that we ended up talking about was basically the birds and bees conversation all over again. Except this time they were implying we're talking about anal sex, not vaginal sex in this case scenario. But it was basically just rinse and repeat, just said differently with slightly different terminology. And I remember sitting there completely dumbfounded, not even sure if that was really happening or not at the time. Like, we literally talked about condoms and safe sex and, STD transmission. And it's just like, but y'all not worried about the plain and simple fact that I just admitted that I like dudes? Nope. That didn't come up at all. Whatsoever. What? No, that didn't come up at all. My mother did, after like the whole family meeting situation was over, she did kind of pull me to the side, and, she did express some concern where she was scared how other members of the family may react, and, kind of warned me that there may be some hate that could come in my direction. It was hard to say. We've got conservative members that are part of my family. It's gonna happen. But otherwise, she basically at the end of it all was like, "I'm your mother, and all I want for you at the end of the day is to be happy, and I'm gonna love you regardless of what you identify as or claim to be." That was it. Yeah. I cried. I boo-hooed. I think I cried all that night. It was a really good reaction. If my mother is my hero, I could go into such a longer backstory and history about all the hardships that she by herself and her 2 children had to survive just to get through life. It was like a rags to riches story, but in reverse. Like, we came from a family in the early beginning where we were financially stable. We didn't really have a lot of, worries or in a state of poverty or struggling or anything. And from the outside in, we looked like the perfect little American dream of what a family should be. But behind closed doors, not so much. And eventually, by the time that I was starting to get to be like 12, 13, 14 and up, all of that tension and violence, you might as well say, that started to accumulate and come to a head at that point finally just exploded. And, you know, the divorce, the separation, the fighting, and everything else that happened in between, it was a mess. And my mother survived through all of it just like a freaking superhero. And the only one thing that kept her so driven and kept her going was her kids. So in that moment when she was just like, as long as you're happy, I'm happy, I'm gonna love you irregardless, or regardless of whatever, fits her motif perfectly. That's just the kind of person she is. My other side of the family, not so much. Never had a violent reaction to me coming out, but it was more like the kind of swept under the rug, we don't talk about it kind of thing. Like, we're gonna pretend it doesn't exist and just keep on living our lives like we have, which I know in their way is their way of kind of saying, you know, we'll eventually come to terms with this, but for appearances, we're just gonna, you know, pretend it doesn't exist and still try to love you as the person and son that you've always been. Like, okay, I can understand that. Not the best of reactions, but we've had our ups, we've had our downs, we've grown and matured throughout the ages. But that's my story. That's my coming out story, to my family and whatnot. The Southern extended family excommunication treatment, yeah, kind of, sort of. I can't say I've necessarily had anybody in my family disown. Well, strike that. I did have, like, further down the line extended family that did basically, like, disown me, but that's only one out of an entire 4 parts of family I have through marriage. So, they don't count. But, I got into like one argument with that dude, and it's just like, okay, I'm done with you. Like, I'm just not going to communicate with this person anymore if that's the way you're going to treat me. But with the rest of my family, it's or at least my father's side of the family, it's been a slow process getting there. Haven't disowned me, haven't excommunicated with me, other than the fact that we just don't talk a lot. But they still treat me like family when we're around each other. So there is that. But that's my story. I consider myself extremely fortunate and lucky to have been able to not have such a... I don't like using the word negative, but it's not like I got a violent reaction. There was no severe drama. There was no being kicked out of the house. There was no actual violence or hitting that took place. Drink the tea. I've got the tea. But I did have my own circumstances that I did have to figure out and go through and try to work myself around in order to be myself, ultimately, at the end of the day. But for other people, you know, they're not so lucky. I did want to talk about some stories that I did find here just across the internet, and there's billions and billions of stories out there. There's this one site I do want to kind of point out. Let me find it here. It is whenicameout.com. This is actually where I found a lot of resources too, where they talk about the Human Rights Campaign, Gender Equality Resource Center, Bisexual Resource Center, Genderqueer Identities, Concept Awesomeness. They have counseling and support, which includes the Trevor Project, the GLBT National Help Center, LGBTQ Student Resources and Support, the LGBT Foundation in the United Kingdom, LGBTQI support services from reachout.com, which is an Australia-based service. They even have resources like if you get kicked out of your home, especially if you're young and you come out to your family or they find out and they kick you out of the home and you've got nowhere to go. They've got resources to where you can contact LGBT community centers, the National Coalition for the Homeless if you literally end up on the streets. Resources by state listed in the United States, which is part of the Lambda Legal community. Covenant House for youth shelters, Stonewall Housing in the UK, AKT, which is support found in the UK. It's just tons and tons of resources that's available on that website. Just it kind of blows my mind how many resources they got listed up there. But the basis of the website itself, of just whenicamedOut.com, is just a place for everybody to tell their story. When you go to the main website, when you type it in and you click on the link, it's just almost like a Tumblr wall of just story after story after story after story of everybody saying this is how I came out, or this is what I had to deal with, or this is what happened when I told my family, told my friends, told my coworkers. Some of them are really uplifting and inspirational and heartwarming, and there's some up there that just break your heart and make you want to cry, and especially if there's any that you can relate to and actually empathize with, not so much just feel sympathy for people in bad situations, but relate to it and empathize with it. It's woo! I had to take a couple of moments reading through some of the stories I found here. But we've also got, let's see, what else is up here? Another website that I found, which is called goodhousekeeping.com. They've got several stories up here from their editorial and staffing and journalists up there that had their own coming out stories to talk about. For example, let me pull up the screen here. OBS, let's go to studio mode. We want to... Here we go. All right. So this is Georgia Clark, an author that works at the goodhousekeeping.com. So she is one of the writers there. She had her own story to tell. And as we go on here, it goes on to say, I came out to my mother at the age of 18 in a coffee shop of a fancy Sydney department store. I become a raging student activist, dyeing my hair blue and getting regrettable facial piercings. I think my mom assumed the fact that I had fallen in love with my best friend would be just another attention-seeking phase. Obviously it wasn't. I was deeply and wildly in love. Can you tell Dad and William? I kind of mumble into my iced chocolate, partly to avoid the awkwardness of discussing my sex life with my father and little brother, and partly because I was lazy. My family are jazz-loving liberals who recycle. We were close, but had never discussed sexuality beyond my mother suggesting to me as a tween that I wash my hands before I touch myself after getting a rash from chronic masturbation. To the day, that's a story within itself. To the day, I can still recall the way each of my internal organs liquefied from sheer mortification after that. My sexuality felt like a mystery. Did I read that right? My sexuality felt like a mystery they weren't particularly interested in solving. There was no follow-up questions. This used to annoy me, but I'm an artist and thus always moping that no one is as interested in me as I think they should be. Now my family loves my wife more than they love me. How's Linda? They'll ask in our FaceTimes, craning their necks to get a peek at my sunny spouse, the one who never mopes. No one ever pays enough attention to her. Oh wait. The one who never mopes and no one's paying her enough attention. What is she up to? So it sounds like she found her family's support. Even though she was afraid to come out, she didn't want to tell her father, didn't want to tell her brother, and especially with the family that were, jazz-loving liberals who recycle, she was afraid of coming out to them. But it looks like after they came to realize, she was just trying to admit to who she was internally and who she was herself, and also meeting her wife, who was just a very amenable and personable person. It's just, they're human. We are human. And when people realize that regardless of what our orientation is or who we end up loving, it doesn't matter. We're still people at the end of the day, and our orientation is such a small part of what makes us who we are. Even though it's a huge challenge because of society and the opinions and laws that are put out there because of that. Roe versus Wade, we'll get into that. But just as people, Drake, I see you, and I want to know what you're wearing. I was about to pull up the game, but now the camera's gone somewhere else. Sir, what are you wearing in Final Fantasy right now? I am concerned. Anywho, we're talking about pride, coming out stories, and that the fact that we're people and orientation makes up such a little piece of who we are. But when we have to fight for our rights and, you know, get litigation change and find workarounds to current legalities and just to have the same rights as everybody else, just to be treated the same as any other person, it's a struggle. It's hard. And especially when we talk about Roe versus Wade, it not only applies to people of color, of different orientation, of different ethnicities, but of gender as well. You know, with this decision that the Supreme Court has made with this case and overturned it, they are taking what feels like basic human rights away from people and probably don't fully comprehend the repercussions of what it is that they're doing and saying. And it leaves us kind of by the wayside, like, what have you done? Or what floodgates is this going to open? Now, by saying that, I want to approach that topic very carefully and cautiously. And I say that for particular reasons. I know, especially on Twitter, when I'm reading through, you know, posts and social media and the things that people are saying, they have the right to be angry and have every single right in the book to express their anger, their frustration. And a lot of people are talking about, you know, peaceful protesting is not enough. We have to go out there with our rage and show our violence. And, you know, in the case of checking history objectively from the past, you know, immediate change or drastic change usually is followed after a significant violent event has occurred. At the same time, I also want to turn around and say, you know, for something where we are fighting for human rights and human safety, it burns me to my core to know that it would have to take a violent event where people can get hurt, where people can die for things to change. Like, I almost feel it's a little bit of hypocrisy, not because of the people, but because of the circumstance. That something violent where we're trying to find safety has to be the catalyst to get that safety. Burns me up so much. But it's true. It's almost like a fact of nature, just about. And I wish society as a whole could just, I don't know, wake up enlightened to realize that this is not the way we should be doing things. But we're only human, you know. We're going to respond in a human way. We're going to act in the human condition. And there's only but so much that we can do in so little time. And oof, okay, before I just continue mumbling on about that over and over again, but y'all know what I'm talking about. We just want to be treated like people. We don't want to be treated like a gay. We don't want it to be treated like a trans. We don't want to be treated like a woman. We don't want to be treated like a man. You know, those stereotypes are so detrimental to us. What infuriates me further about what you said, it takes situation of death, harm, is that, well, 2 words, gun control. That being thrown in there, oh gosh, there's so much hypocrisy that we can talk about. Because with this decision, you know, people are talking about my body, my choice. And a wonderful point that my partner brought up recently is COVID-19 vaccinations. You know, especially when the right conservative were shouting from the mountaintops, you know, it's my body, my choice whether or not I should be getting these vaccinations or these shots for the benefit of everybody. Like, if I don't want to get the shot, I shouldn't have to be required to get the shot. It shouldn't be mandatory. But yet these are also the same people that will turn around and say, well, the woman shouldn't have the right or the choice available to her for an abortion. And it's just like, does that not contradict the exact same concept that you were fighting for when we're talking about, mandatory vaccinations? I mean, think about that for a second. Like, really? And the same thing goes for the gun control. I mean, granted, we're not talking about our bodies necessarily in that particular sense, but at the same time, everybody's talking about rights being taken away when it comes to gun control and how it should be mandated. And at the same time, they want to turn around and say, well, basic rights for women should be taken away. It's like one of those moments where you just kind of want to turn around and say, if I was to look up the word hypocrite in the dictionary, would I find your picture beside it? Because I'm pretty sure you fit it down to the textbook definition here. Just saying. Just saying. And of course, they try to come up with every rhetoric in the book. Well, it's not the same thing. Yes, honey, the concept is the same. It's just you are so hell-bent on not realizing it or acknowledging it that you're going to come up with every justification in the book you can think of. And it's not okay. If you're coming from a place of fear and making decisions based on that, the decision is wrong. You need to make decisions based on compassion. You need to make decisions based out of love. You need to make decisions based on hope. Those types of decisions are places that will take us to positive places. Decisions and litigation that is made out of a place of fear is what's going to lead us in a negative direction. I mean, there's a reason why, especially in world history classes, they talk so much about the Holocaust, because of that entire situation and that circumstance that came to be because of that was because of fear. The fear of being different, the fear of, everybody not being the same, the fear of anything that differentiates what one person thought was right. For the my body, my choice in terms of vaccination, sure, I'll at least agree with that. It is in the end up to them to get it, but they can't say in the same breath to be able to be accepted in public places. You can't have your cake and eat it too, honey boo boo. Yes, it's just so much hypocrisy that goes around in circles and circles. And for the people that are willing to be objective, and I am going to kind of switch the screen over here so we're not just looking at the same article over and over again. But close that. Why didn't that work? But for people that can actually and objectively, because everybody, has a little bit of bias, everybody has a little bit of partialism, but for people that can really come from an open-minded and objective perspective, there are valid points that are on both sides of the argument. But for every valid point that can or has been made, there is an exception to the rule. And people are not willing to acknowledge those exceptions or realize those exceptions. And I just really honestly believe if people could come from a place of understanding instead of such a forceful manner of trying to just shove their opinion down everybody else's throat, I do believe that we would be able to find a much more amenable solution rather than just a pass or fail. People are looking for there to either be the choice available to have whatever it is that may be on the table or not to have it at all. Which, of course, finding a solution for both parties is extremely difficult and nigh impossible, but that's supposed to be one of the things that our judicial system is supposed to help us find, which they obviously did not. Which then should also bring into question is the people that we do have in our judicial system and these people that were voted to be in the judicial system, like, why are they there? We need, as a people, we need to make sure that we are telling our representatives or getting the representatives we want in the places of power that we need them to be. Lurks and Pounces Knockout. Hi, Effie. I hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the lurk. But, you know, and it's also not just talking about the Roe versus Wade situation where it's talking about women's right and my body, my choice. But, you know, this also kind of starts getting into like transsexual rights, you know. We're finally, or we're at least starting to get to a place where, you know, same-sex marriages are starting to become more wholly recognized and legal and, you know, not scoffed at every single turn and situation. Yeah, Naka's pretty, but wait, what? Hold up, what y'all talking about? I'm about to go live myself. Also, is it just me or is Naka buffering to all heck? Oh, buffering! Okay. I thought you said buff. I was like, wait. Just saw you on and wanted to give you some love because, well, love is love. You all good, and I appreciate it so much. Hearts. As is also on my t-shirt, we've got Toothless with the rainbow heart that he painted with his little paw prints. It's adorable. We're gonna go to the intermission screen so y'all can see it better. Is it not adorable? My partner got me this t-shirt and I love it so much. Naka's so buff. Naka's skinny. Naka is not buff. I am not big enough to be a himbo, and I am certainly not anywhere in the ballpark of being muscular. You know, maybe give me like 6 weeks to 6 months with a focus on maybe exercising a little bit here and there. I might be able to come up with something, but it's going to be extremely like lean. It's so cute. I know, I love this shirt so much. I love it. Can't wait to see you tomorrow both. Yes! For all of y'all that don't know, Effie is a fellow streamer as well. And he's actually local. Me and my partner are going to go visit him tomorrow afternoon to go have some lunch. So we'll be hanging out with Effie G then. You can be a skimbo. Oh my gosh, we have a new word. What was the word that I was using before to classify myself in gay culture? Not a otter, not a twink, a twatter. I'm a twatter. That was the word that we were using. Oh, Nakarumi, I sent you some cheesecake in the Moogle Mail since I didn't want to bother you in-game. Oh, that's what that Mog letter was, Winter. I did hear it go off in my headset when the Mog Mail came in, so thank you. Thank you so much for the cheesecake. I love that. I'm making homemade meat sauce again. Ooh, that sounds good. Twatter. Yep, it was twatter. That is the word that I'm coining for a description of somebody of like my disposition. Like, I'm not quite a full twink, you know, I'm not hairless from like head to toe, and you know, I am getting older, so older features are starting to kick in, especially when this grows out. But I'm not quite an otter either. Like, otters tend to be a little bit more not necessarily stocky, but you know, not beanpole status like I am. So I'm like somewhere in between, therefore twatter. You're welcome. Did you mention food, Naka? I like food too. Did I? I don't know if I did. I do love me some food. We actually had a friend come over earlier today that wanted to eat dinner. Yeah, it was late enough for dinner. He had not eaten dinner yet, but me and Rafe had already eaten at the time, so he ordered a pizza. And he obviously knew that I had a weakness for food, so he kind of caught me staring at the pizza, and he's like, do you want a slice? And I didn't necessarily say yes, but I didn't necessarily say no either. I just kind of kept looking at it, and he's like, please go ahead and take a slice. It's like, thank you. I had 2, actually. So that did happen. Getting distracted by Drake dancing. I did see Drake dancing right in front of me on stage, so I can't say I don't blame you, especially with what Drake is wearing at the moment. I get scared going to venues and didn't want to disturb you, so I just mailed one to you. I also had an extra thing with it. Ooh, did you now? We'll have to check that out later and see what that is. And Winter, you're completely fine. Even if you did come to the Echoes Chamber, we're not really necessarily busy at the moment. We do got a few people that are filtering in. But the Echoes Chamber is pretty low-key. I don't necessarily call ourselves so much a nightclub, even though that is one of our functions. I like to consider the Echo Chamber more so like a community center where we just have various different types of events, different themed parties. We sometimes have auctions, competitions, giveaways. We just do whatever we feel like we want to do, or have any type of celebration or party that we feel like at the time. So it's more so like a community center. But, you know, if it's not your thing, by all means, you do you, boo-boo. That does not bother me at all. But thank you again so much. It takes a lot to disturb Naka. Depending on your definition of disturb, yes. I am a very, very amenable person. I used to describe myself very much as a people pleaser, which I still am up to a point. But of course, you know, if you do something that I don't think is right, or if it's something that I disagree with, I will respectfully approach you or pull you to the side and be like, hey, I don't think that was okay. Or if it's like in my community, it's like, you know, this is something that we don't really allow here. You know, you're free to do and live your life the way you want to, but just not here. You know, so people that are discriminatory, any type of ex-phobic, that we don't really want being expressed in my community, you know, we will help show them where the door is and only resort to banning if absolutely necessary. Yeah, like totally raunchy humor from me. Koi, this is extremely true. Koi is, I don't want to use the word naive, but the way that Koi presents himself, he's like a very innocent, just naive child that you would never expect to hear anything of, I don't want to use the word dirty, but anything randy or raunchy coming out of his mouth. It would just completely catch anybody out of left field because it's not how he presents himself at all. So when he does, it's just like, whoa, where did this freaking pie in the sky just come from? It's great though when it happens. I love it every single time. I know a few things to get his brain to melt. Oh no, and ads. Oh, did ads go off? Did everybody just get slammed with advertisements here? Yes, ads did go off. I am so sorry. Let's see, we're gonna do this in chat. Sorry for the ads. The scheduling for them has changed. They go off only once per hour now, but they do last for 3 minutes. So while everybody who is follower is currently stuck in an advertisement right now, you know, everybody who subscribes, y'all good, no ads. But yeah, just kind of go over the ad policy. Twitch recently came out with a new policy with their ad management where they have increased the revenue that you can earn from advertisements by 55% if you change your fraud. Oh God. If you change your settings to have where the advertisements go off once per hour for 3 minutes. Before that, it would go off every 30 minutes for only like a minute and a half. So it's still the same amount of commercials. It's just been distributed differently. So it goes off for 3 minutes every hour, and I now get a bigger cut from it. Weird. I don't get the ads. Oh goodness. Lucas, did you ever, or maybe get a gift subscription? Or it may be, I don't know, part of Prime, or if you have Turbo. I'm not fully versed in the policies and procedures of Twitch and how exactly, you know, Prime subscribers or channel subscribers or Turbo subscribers, I don't know how it affects them. So it's a thing. It's a thing. Also, I'm out. Okay, Drake, hope to see you if you have the time. All right, so it sounds like Effie is about to start his broadcasting here soon. Let's see. Have a good stream. Have a wonderful day. I'm just catching up with chat. Might lurk for a bit. Okay, Drake. Yeah, we'll be here for a little while. Because I plan to be here for at least as long as the Echoes Chamber's open. But yes, shout out to Effie, who's about to go streaming here soon. I don't think he said what he'll be playing tonight, but definitely check him out, see what games he's got going on. He's a good friend of mine, so definitely be sure to give him a follow if you can. Alright, let's get back on track here. We've only got 30 seconds left in the commercial, so for anybody that's still stuck in a commercial, they'll be rejoining us here soon. Let me pull up our stories here again. Let's see. Since we did kind of transition a little bit, talking about trans people and the trials and the tribulations that they go through, I do also have another story available here who is from a trans person and their coming out story. So this is with Finnegan Shepherd, who is also an author writer for thegoodhousekeeping.com, and apparently an entrepreneur as well. Is the founder of Both and Apparel. But for their story here, see, I am one of those trans people who was always very clear that I was a boy. That was very obvious to me since birth. I think there's a natural androgyny when it comes to children. I dressed like a boy, I cut my hair like a boy, and I played with the boys. The body was this sort of irrelevant, almost anatomical mistake that really didn't impact my day-to-day life. Puberty obviously made things more complicated. Then I got type 1 diabetes when I was 15. Hey, type 1 diabetics, I am one of those too. Diabetes requires you to be in constant contact with your body. This is true. And I was really trying to just distract myself from my body entirely. So I felt in that moment like I would die if I didn't learn to live in the body that I was given. And I guess that means I'm a lesbian? But I never really came out as such. With my mom in particular, I went downstairs one day and my mom was reading on the couch and I was like, well, I'm attracted to women. And she just kind of looked up at me like, of course you are. Can you now go unload the dishwasher? For the next 12 years or so, I didn't particularly identify with my body, but transitioning just wasn't something I think I was ready to deal with. Which, how awesome is that? You know, you go downstairs, you basically, or at least in that moment in time, it's like, hey mom, I'm lesbian. She's just like, okay, that's cool. Can you now go unload the dishwasher for me? Thanks. As if it was something she already knew, or as if it was just as normal as saying, hey mom, I got a pimple. Okay. But going on, when I was 27, I was actually engaged when I met somebody else who just saw that part of me and put a name to it. I think my biggest fear was that if I told the world that I was male, that the reaction would either be one of pity or that people would think I was crazy, and I couldn't live with that. Somebody else saying it first just protected me and made me feel like I could actually do this. Then it quickly became this sort of snowball where I told my sister, and then a couple of weeks after that I told some friends, and then I told a lot more friends, and I was met with just complete support and acceptance. I really do believe in the importance of stories, and there's a lot of interest in trans stories right now, but we also have historically been pretty calcified in the kinds of stories that we are used to hearing and associating with trans experience. That has a ripple down effect on how people feel it's okay to be trans. And I'm all about encouraging people to realize that it's okay to be ambivalent, if I can say the word right. It's okay to have some hesitations around medical transition. It's all okay. I just encourage people to reach out and find that space for themselves, sharing the broadest spectrum of stories that we can. I really like and appreciate how this story kind of touches base on a little bit of the dystopia when it comes to trans. Like, you don't have to have hormone therapy. You do not have to have sex reassignment surgery to be trans. That is not required at all. You do not have to do it, and it is simply just a personal choice and decision on how you want to live your life. in that regards. Like, if you feel like you cannot identify with your body and that you need to go through a change in order to feel comfortable with yourself and be the real you, do it. Have that power to be yourself. Go through the transition. But if you're somebody who, does identify as a different sex than what you were assigned with at birth, but don't necessarily want to go through any type of surgery or don't want to have to go through hormone replacement therapy of any kind, you don't have to. And you can still be, the person that you identify as, regardless of what your body parts are. You don't have to do anything to be you when it comes to those transitions. So I really like that the story kind of touches on that, where, if you don't want to go through the medical transition, if you don't want to go through the treatment, it's okay. Just be yourself and feel comfortable in being yourself. That is something that I feel like it took me 30 years to find out and realize. But ever since I was finally able to come to terms with it, and I always refer to this country song because it just kind of describes the feeling I had when I finally reached that breaking point where my give a damn broke. Like, I just don't care what other people think about me anymore. Yes, some opinions of certain people are important to me, but I'm not going to let their perspectives and their view affect my identity and who I want to be. And do I always want to strive to be a better person? Yes, of course. I always want to try to reach, for bigger and better. Well, maybe not bigger, but, just being a better person. In my case, maybe bigger would be better. These bones need some meat on them. A person's comfort can also change over time. Sexuality and gender are verbs to me. This is so true. And I feel like I can just very strongly relate to that. Because if I break down my orientation and sexuality on the scale, on a spectrum, I am not 100% gay. There is still a bit of a sliding scale for me. Like, if I found a woman extremely attractive, would I consider dating her? Yes. Would I have a sexual relationship with her? Yes. And I would be okay with that. I have been with women before, and it's not just because I was trying to portray a heteronormative relationship or a heteronormative status, but, I truly actually, was attracted and cared about that person. So, whether that makes me technically bisexual, pansexual, demisexual, whatever word you want to tie to it, even I'm not 100% sure what I would classify that is, but it's a very small percentage. Like, on that scale, on that spectrum, I'm still very much, on the homosexual side from my definition of myself. And I feel like that has transitioned over time. Like, sometimes it slides a little bit, but it doesn't have to be static. Once you figure it out, it doesn't have to be that specific definition that you have in that moment of time till your end of days. It develops, it changes, people change. Even though given some relationships that people do have, they feel like people don't change at all, but if you can change, so can everybody else. It's a personal realization and growth and just development of a person. When I realized I was demisexual, I had a very clear feeling of, oh my God, what if I'm wrong? Exactly. And with some of these stories, that's exactly what that was too, was people just trying to figure out a definition, a word, an association that they could just kind of tie in with the way that they felt, with the person that they wanted to be, with what their internal feelings would be able to describe. Especially when we're young, it is so hard to take feelings and emotions and to put them into words. That is one of the most difficult things for us to do as humans. But when we do find that definition, when we do find that word, even if it's not entirely correct, but is at least somewhere in the ballpark, it gives us a sense of validation. but there's not really a punishment if you try something out and then realize it doesn't fit. Oh no, not at all. Like, experimentation is just supposed to be part of human nature. That's how we do find out, you know, what we like, what we don't like, what we can better use our experiences to help relate and understand other people. You know, just because you gave something a try and you didn't like it doesn't mean it was wrong at all. It just means that, okay, well, you know, I gave it a shot. It's just not for me. Move on. Next, let's try the next thing. You know, let's try something new. Let's try something different. See if I like, you know, this other thing better. There's nothing wrong with that. Bowser Big Bean Burrito. I like that name, and welcome to the chat. Welcome to the One Winged Healer. If this is your first time here, I am Nakarumi. I'm mostly a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. Specifically today, we're actually talking about just pride and coming out stories, and also talking a little bit about the decision made by the Supreme Court with the Roe versus Wade thing. We're kind of touching bases on both ends here since that happened so recently, but we're just having a big talk show today is what we're doing. But welcome to the channel, and you actually came in on a good night. We're having a lot of conversations here. I'm gay, but I'm also not. Like, yes, I'm a guy-loving dude, but like, I also I prefer to get to know the person before being all, hey. I get that. I'm the same way. You know, when I say what I'm about to say, I am in no way trying to sound discriminatory or like I disapprove of anybody else's lifestyle, but like hookups, for example, and I don't even like using that word, but y'all know what I'm talking about. I can't do them. I just, as a person, I cannot do them. Like, before I can have any type of level or degree of intimacy with a person at all, I need to get to know them. I need to get to know, like, their personality, their background. You know, I don't need, like, a freaking criminal background check and, you know, ask for their social security number, but I do want to know what makes them who they are and, you know, the motivation behind the decisions that they make as a person. Like, that's the thing that I need to get to know before I can feel like I can have any level or degree of intimacy with a person. So I get that. I 100% get that. And that is the reason that I can't do a hookup. You know, if I go over to meet somebody and I don't even know their last name yet, I'm just kind of like, so can we just sit here and talk for a while? You know, we can play like a board game and just chat or go get coffee. Like, I can't jump in bed with you like that. I'm sorry. I just can't. It's not for me. I have to go, all right, Riker. Well, thank you so much for coming and have a good night. Although, let's be real, that CBGC does have a helping vibe. Okay, this is the moment where I'm going to have to be like, Naka is pretty. What is CBGC? And once you tell me, I'm going to be like, oh, duh, I should have known that. Criminal background check. Oh, okay. I've never actually seen an acronym be used for that before. So, okay. That makes sense now. Although, let's be real, that CBG does have a helping vibe. Okay, now I get the joke. Naka's pretty. Just saying. But now I get it, you know. And, you know, kind of, yes, in some situations, you know, there are not so great people out there, and if they are quote-unquote predators of a certain variety, you know, yes, a CBGC would be helpful in that case scenario. It's a Drake Renome. I can't with you. Goodbye, Drake. Goodbye. Just Naka, Pepe leave. I just, as my headphones yanked me back. Anywho. Sip my tea, or Mountain Dew in that cup in particular. I have a friend who pet sits, and she used to run background checks on all her new clients. See, but that's a business venture, and that to me makes sense. Like, you are going into somebody else's home to watch their pets. I would completely just support that 100%. Like you do need to know a little bit of information when you're actually going to stay in somebody else's home. So I would say that's fair. That is completely fair. Naka, also Naka. Yep. Oh my god, that Lopper emote is absolutely adorable. Ah, is that supposed to be Pudding Way with the pudding? Oh, although that doesn't look like pudding so much as it looks like flan, but still, that is absolutely adorable and I love it. And that's from Tequila Shots too. Oh, so cute. Speaking of emotes though, I actually did recently get some new emotes for the channel. This was from a member of RFC, the Order of the Echo. Her name is May. You can find her on... I'm trying to find all the emotes so I can post them here. There we go. You can find her on Twitch. Is it May the Panic? I'm probably going to spell it wrong. Let's see. May the Panic. Is that right? Nope, that was not right. I'll have to find her channel. But she is a member of our own free company. She is an artist, and she made a post on our Discord that she had opened up commissions and that she had some like your character here pride emotes for like $5 a piece, and then she had custom emotes available for $10 a piece. So I went ahead and ordered like 6 emotes, both for the YCH and some custom emotes as well. And my favorite is the little teacup with the Naka in it, because that is 100% me. Just tea all the time. They are kind of tiny, they are a little small, I've got to resize them, but they are so cute and adorable and I love them. I actually opened up my merchandise store where you can buy these emotes as stickers. I don't remember the price off the top of my head because I was more so busy doing the design than I was paying attention to the pricing, but they are available on my merch store. You ran out of tea. No, that's not good. Always have to have tea. I have so many boxes of tea in the kitchen right now. It's not even funny. Like my partner's kind of worried I'm a little like addicted and obsessed with it. But I love my tea. I love my tea. Full picture of Naka in a tea bath when... Ooh! I don't think Naka's gonna be doing anything like a hot tub stream anytime soon, if ever. Maybe wrong website for that. Anywho, let's get back to some coming out stories here. Going back to our website. Unfollow. Like I can't even. Just no. I am not that kind of streamer. I'm sorry. Not that I down anybody who does. You do you, boo. And if it gets you the satisfaction and the followers and the viewers you want, more power to you. Just not my cup of tea. Speaking of tea. Oh, you mean Hrothgar Naka? Well, when Eorzea finally gives us the ability to fill the hot tubs with tea instead of water, we'll talk about it. Because that's a totally different story. Hrothgar Naka can do all sorts of stuff that actual Naka cannot. So, there's that. Anyways, Kyle Elliott, career coach and member of the Gay Coaches Alliance. So they got their coming out story here. But they came out by texting their parents on their senior year of high school. Did I even? Yeah, I was out by then. And they were overwhelmingly supportive. I grew up in a conservative town in Central California, and it was the most nerve-wracking moment of my life. I can't think of something I've done that's more scary, and I work with some of Silicon Valley's biggest executives. I was 17 at the time, carrying this burden and saying, oh my gosh, what if they don't love me? My parents have always been people who unconditionally loved and accepted me. And I'm very lucky to have parents who supported me and everything. But this was just still so scary, and I was carrying this burden for so long. A few years ago, they literally took my partner and me to Disneyland with them for their anniversary, and we shared a hotel room. It was the first time they'd ever met my partner. They're the perfect parents. I know so many people who don't have that, and that's why I love sharing that story and sharing what parents can do to support their children in a positive way. Like, come see what this can look like. With this story in particular, specifically that one, I know it's a little bit on the level of kind of like, it was too sweet and sugary, but I like how they ended the story with this is what it can look like and should look like, because I think this is not only a good story for, people that are still in the closet, or especially young people that are absolutely terrified of saying anything to their families, but to parents in general, to family members. Like, this is a story that they need to see, where not what happened specifically to the person that was coming out, but specifically how their family reacted. Like, this is how it should be done. This is how it should be treated. Like without the fear, without the discrimination, without the persecution that so many people have brought upon their family members and their children just for them coming out for any part of the spectrum. That's how it should be. And I think that's a perfect example of what parents need to see all the time. There's another story in here that also had a very, very defining moment that I want to go over. I don't think we got to it yet. I want to say it maybe later on down, but we still got some other stories to go through here. So let's pop back on over. So next we've got Gabrielle Korn. That's the one in the middle here. She's the author of Everybody Else is Perfect. There's a big difference between coming out and coming out to yourself. I came out to myself when I was still a single-digit age, but for whatever reason in my brain that was broken from being a queer kid in a straight world, I didn't think I would ever be allowed to integrate that part of myself into the whole. That is, until there was someone who actually liked me back. Up until this point, all of my crushes on girls had been deep, dark secrets. Then, when I was between my freshman and sophomore year of college, I roomed with someone who was out and queer, and, well, we were girlfriends in just a couple of weeks. After that, it was easy to tell people I was gay. I think I just felt like I needed proof, which in hindsight is kind of silly. These days, I still come out all the time, because when you're super femme presenting, people assume certain things about you. It bothers me less than it used to. There are tons of things we can't tell about each other upon first glance. I'm happy and proud to be able to come out, and once I claimed the word lesbian for myself, I never doubted its validity or importance again. And that kind of goes back to identity and validation that we were talking about when you try to define and find a word to help describe your desires, your emotions, your feelings. That's definitely what Gabrielle went through here. Once she finally found that word and saw it to be an identification that was okay to have through somebody else's experiences and kind of, somebody else by proxy, she was able to claim it as her own and literally own it. So definitely a good example of, finding that definition and making it your own and running with it for sure. Then we've got Allison Cochran here, author of The Charm Offensive. I came out as a lesbian a little over a year ago at the age of 33. It took me a long time to arrive at that understanding of myself, and most significantly and most challenging words are hard, part of my coming out journey was figuring out how to come out to myself. Even though I grew up in a supportive environment surrounding by queer friends and family, it was still incredibly difficult to unlearn what society told me what I was supposed to be. The hardest part was thinking I had to have all the answers and the perfect label before I could come out as anything, that my coming out would be less valid if I couldn't explain it. Because I didn't have those answers, I held my secret inside me until it became too much to handle. It wasn't until I found a queer therapist who made me feel safe in my uncertainty that I was able to say the words out loud. I'm not straight. For me, coming out is about learning to embrace the unknown parts of yourself and learning to be okay with ambiguity, fluidity, and a lifelong journey of self-discovery. And this goes again right back to what we were talking about, where you do not have to have that in a box definition, that in a box label that, puts in black and white text of what you're supposed to identify as. Like, it is okay not to have a single solitary label, definition, or identity. It is okay to simply just say, I'm not hetero. I wouldn't be able to give you an exact label of what I am, but you know, I might be able to give you examples or analogies, but with certainty, I can say that I am not straight. And that's okay. That is okay. You do not have to have a word, but at the same time, you can still express it. I really like the term queer for myself sometimes. I love the word myself because it is so broad and encompassing that nearly anybody who, in this example here, who identifies as not straight can use that word, regardless of where you are on the alphabet or where you are on the spectrum. And I feel like that word within itself also kind of helps bring us together closer as a community because it's all something that we can relate to. Other people dislike it because it can be considered a slur. This is true. This is so true. And we are kind of in a transitionary phase where we are trying to redefine the emphasis of certain words. Just like the word gay by itself has been used in such a negative connotation or as a negative adjective for so long that, you know, even me as a kid growing up, you know, all the time we would say like early 2000s or late 90s, like, that's so gay. And that would mean that it's not okay, it's weird, it's not normal in a bad way, you know, and it just flowed out of the mouth so casually and without knowledge or even acknowledgement of the consequences of using that word in that manner. And we're now at a period today where we're trying to redefine what that word means or redefine the impact it has when we say that word or when we use that word. Very much when we get more into like symbolism, for example. And I know earlier in the stream I mentioned the Holocaust, and I bring that up because, you know, not only was there the persecution and the discrimination of Jews during the Holocaust, but also anybody who identified as gay, when they were especially put into these concentration camps. You know, anybody that did fall or was even accused of homosexuality had the pink triangle that was put on their uniforms that they had to wear in these camps. So back then, you know, that symbol, that symbology of that pink triangle was absolutely terrifying. Like, if it was in any way, shape, or form associated with you, it literally could threaten your life. And it was not okay. It was not accepted. And especially after the Stonewall event that had occurred, we as a community basically retook that symbol. We retook the triangle and no longer saw it as a symbol of fear and terror, but used it as a symbol of pride. I even now, like on my pride ring that I wear all the time, is triangles of the rainbow that goes across. I know it's hard to see on the cam, it doesn't autofocus too well, but we now use that as a symbol of representation and courage and pride, as far as our identification goes. And I feel like we're trying to nowadays also use that same ideology with words, with kind of redefining the impact that these words have when we actually say them and the way that we say them. Hope the night goes amazing for everyone. We'll see y'all Monday. All right, Drake, thank you so much for coming in, and you have a good night. I know it's like probably getting close to midnight for you because I can't do time zones, so do sleep well. Naka can't talk right. Naka can't do math. Naka can't do time zones. I struggle. This is why I'm pretty. Anywho, let's move on. Let's go on to the next story that we've got here. Jen Winston, who is another writer. She's the author of Greedy. I delayed coming out as bisexual because I thought bisexuality wasn't significant enough to warrant making an announcement to the world about. For years, I tried to skirt by without a label, broadening my dating app settings to include women and other genders, but whenever I actually went out with someone who wasn't a man, it just didn't seem to click. After several failed hookup attempts, I realized I was convincing myself I wasn't queer enough to be there. This helped me understand that using the B word out loud for myself was important. Did I skip a line? I did not. It helped remind me of my own truth. I didn't want to call my parents directly, so I did the cowardly 2019 thing. I shared an Instagram post announcing myself as bi with a caption about my own imposter syndrome, explaining that not being open about this truth has hindered my opportunity to actually live it. I expected comments telling me that I was being dramatic, but got way more comments saying, totally relatable, and I'm bi too. My parents weren't mad that I told social media before telling them. Instead, they called and said, this might actually up your odds for meeting somebody. It was a joke, but sure enough, a few months later, I went on a fantastic date with a non-binary person. We've been dating ever since and moved in together just last month. And this goes back to what we were talking about with, trying to find that identity, trying to find that word, and owning it and using it for validation. Which, with Jen here, she knew the word. She knew the identification that she was going for, but she still internalized it, And especially for me personally, as whom I identify as a homosexual male, even after the point that I started to realize and know the definition of what I was and what I was attracted to, I still internalized it for several fearful reasons. I didn't want members of my family to find out. I didn't want co-workers or people I went to school with, certain people I went to school with, to find out, for fear that I would get hateful comments or remarks, or have people attack me in whether it be physical, verbal, or mental ways. I was terrified of that. And as a matter of fact, that did actually happen in high school. There was one person in particular that tried to just verbally bully me at every opportunity he had. Although I did have that one day where I finally just got fed up with it enough, or finally just built up enough courage to literally kind of throw it back in his face. That was one of those moments where I turned around on my heels after he shouted something out, went right up in his face, and it's like, boo-boo, if you want to have my attention so much and that you are craving my attention so badly, all you have to do is ask. Gave him a kiss on the cheek, turned heel, and walked right away. His friends was laughing at the time, but I think I left him so dumbfounded and kind of deer in headlights moment that after he finally got done processing it, he never bothered me again. It could have ended badly, but I got lucky that day. Super lucky. Just think, Naka time plus 90 minutes equals Drake time. Oh, time zone. Hour and a half. Got you. Yeah, so it would be, let's see, 10:30, 11:30. It would be exactly midnight for you right now. Got it. I got it. I can do math. See? Naka's not that pretty. I feel like I'm about to butcher this name, so I apologize to this person in advance, even though they'll probably never see the stream. Harma Artuni, who is the author of Getting Back Up, Naka's losing his voice, a story of resilience, self-acceptance, and success. When I was growing up as an Armenian, said that wrong too, good lord, Armenian kid living in Iran, I always knew something was different about me, but I didn't dare say it out loud. I was attracted to other boys. People definitely had their suspicions. I was generally less soccer and more dance. I was teased and bullied throughout my childhood, and I could never let my guard down, even at home. Let's say my ultra-conservative Middle Eastern parents weren't exactly in the running for any PFLAG awards. Iran is not accepting of LGBTQ people either, and it's very dangerous to be gay in Iran. But as they say, a mother always knows, and mine did. She was just in denial. There was always a giant rainbow-colored elephant in the room, and they put this in quotations because I think all of us can kind of relate to this. There was always a giant rainbow-colored elephant in the room. Eventually, after we moved to the US, where being gay was safer than what it was in Iran, I realized that I didn't have to lie about who I was. So I came out to my mother. After telling her, she locked herself in our apartment and threatened suicide unless I stopped being gay. Later, she tried to enroll me in conversion therapy. Things came to a head when she called into the most popular Armenian radio show in LA asking for advice on having a gay son. Though it was anonymous, she gave so much detail about me, I had been outed to our entire tight-knit Armenian community by the morning. Thanks for doing the legwork, Mom. My mom's struggle to accept me was rooted in fear. We were talking about fear. She feared judgment from the community, but more than anything else, she feared for my safety and the challenges I would face as a gay man. I can't blame her, I too had the same fears. After all, it took me the first 21 years to accept myself. That's relatable. How could I expect it to be instant for my family? So, my advice to any parent trying to navigate allyship for the LGBTQ child is this. If you want a glittery gold star, lean into your love, not your fear. I guarantee your kid is also scared. I love that this story talks about fear. Because we were just talking about fear and how like decisions and actions that come from a place of fear are always going to have a negative impact and not be a good thing for anybody involved in that situation. Just like talking about here where, the mother, she was rightfully concerned and she was rightfully worried about her child and the struggles and the challenges that they would have to face being a gay man. But in the methods and the means that she was seeking help, without realizing it, and nor was it her intention, but she caused more harm than she did good. Which is understandable, which the very author of this article said himself, I understand where she was coming from and why she did it, but she didn't realize the consequences of what she did until it was too late. So, again, talking about decisions made out of fear and actions taken out of fear, we have got to take a step back and just reevaluate what it is that we're about to do. Think about what it is that we're about to say and try to see it from an outside perspective of, not only what is this other person going to think about this comment or think about this action, but how would they react to it? How would other people react to it? If this became public knowledge, what would happen? Not just to me, myself, as the mother, and the reputation of my family, but the personal feelings and emotions of her son. You have to take all of those variables into consideration. And for some people, that's hard to do. It really is hard to, especially when you're in the heat of a moment, to try to take that step back and evaluate what it is you're about to say and the actions that you're about to take. Like, things happen from passion. There's a reason why we have crimes of passion, because a lot of times we make mistakes and big oops from things that we do based on intense emotion. It happens. That's part of being human. But I really like that this guy was able to understand and know why his mother did the things that she did instead of hating her for it for the rest of his life. So he really was able to take a mature and really grown approach to that, and I sincerely respect that. But I do love how he always says there was always a giant rainbow-colored elephant in the room. It doesn't necessarily always have to be rainbow-colored, but I think for any of us that have been in that position of fear of coming out to somebody and being able to just genuinely be yourself and talk about these feelings and desires and challenges that you have to face as that type of person, is always that elephant in the room, whether it be, rainbow colored or trans colored or asexual colored or bisexual colored, whatever color flag it may be, people kind of have this intuitive sense that, you know, there's something that's hidden. There's something that you're not being honest about. It's not like you're trying to be deceptive or deceitful, but you do have a secret that you're scared to admit to or to talk about. People tune into that. A lot of times they may not ask about it. They may not really try to talk about it, but, you know, assumptions will be made. Conjectures will start to flow. You know, people always try to rationalize things, and that's just what humans do. It's a thing. Now we're talking about Ariel. Am I saying that right? Ariel Lanning, who is a yoga teacher and also spirituality teacher. Words are hard, y'all. I always believed in a God that cared for me, but under the influence of religion, the love remained conditional. How could a loving father hate people because of who they loved? This is a question that a lot of religious people who do identify anywhere in the LGBT spectrum, I feel like this is a question that they always run into at some point in their life. How could a loving father hate people because of who they loved? I tried to take my life in the spring of 2012 after I left my high school boyfriend for a woman, concluding that I had done enough damage and that I would never be able to manage my desires. Now looking back, I think I wanted the punishment that hell guaranteed. A few months later, I met my now husband. I was improving until my high school sweetheart died by suicide. His death inflamed my guilt, initiating a downpour of health problems. Every night before bed, I would puke and cry myself to sleep. After my now husband and I got pregnant, I got a second chance at living a balanced, healthy life. When my daughter was 6 months old, I started yoga and quickly fell in love. Eventually, I signed up for yoga teacher training, where I learned I was suppressing many parts of myself, including my bisexuality. As my views began expanding with mindfulness practices, I began to intimately studying the Bible to prove religion could be more inclusive. Yoga and meditation allowed me to hold the pain of my guilt without becoming the guilt. Now I want to help free people from the illusion that tells them that they can't love who they want, and to be who they want, and experience what they want, and live a life full of joy. From a religious perspective, I love that story. I'm going to head out. I have to go prepare for some maps in Final Fantasy in like 30 minutes. Have a good stream. Thank you, Winner, so much for dropping by. I'll hopefully get to see you in Eorzea sometime soon. Probably after stream, I'm probably going to play a little bit of Final Fantasy tonight if it's not too terribly late. So if I see you then, I see you then. But I do love this story by Ariel here. It really does show that there does not have to be a complete separation of religion and sexual orientation, especially if you are anywhere on that LGBTQ plus spectrum, that it can be inclusive, that it can be that unconditional love, that regardless of who you love, you should not be discriminated or prosecuted for. That is, as much as people may want to argue it, that is a human construct. Discrimination, hate, prejudice, it's all a human construct. It comes from a place of fear. A fear of something you don't understand. A fear of something that is simply just different than what you already know. If that was the way that we were supposed to live our lives, we would never learn anything. Ever. Science would not exist. It just simply wouldn't. It is supposed to be the open mindfulness, and the curiosity that we innately have as people, which we all have as children before we learn these societal norms that are kind of shoved down our throats. We all have that. We all have that ability. But a lot of times we find that with the expectations of quote unquote role models, adults, older generations, and we end up inheriting them, whether by choice or not, that we find our place stuck in a place of closed-mindedness. And when that fear kicks in from that closed-mindedness, it causes us to be hateful. Which is, again, a natural human element, but it is something that we do have the ability to overcome. And I think a lot of people get so stuck in it that they just, for the life of them, cannot realize that. And when I say something like that, it's like I understand where these people come from when, you know, they are making the comments they make and do the things that they do out of hate and out of prejudice. And I always find, and I actually saw an article about this where I think Arnold Schwarzenegger saw a hateful comment, and he said that this is a teaching moment. This is not going to be a moment where I downcast you. This is not going to be a moment where I make you feel little because of the hate you just spewed. I'm going to look at this like this is a teaching moment to help educate you and enlighten you and hopefully bring you to a higher level of understanding. And if you choose to not learn, if you choose to be ignorant, that is on you. That is kind of how I see other people who are very discriminatory or whatever, X-phobic. Teaching moments. Andrew Gurza. I like this one in particular. Because this is a person coming from a place of disability. So I definitely relate to this story a little bit myself, even though I have what I sometimes like to call hidden disability. Because looking at me, you would never tell I have a disability until you see like all the attachments that I have to have in order just to live day-to-day life, or all the medications I have to go through, again, just to live day-to-day life. But I do relate to this quite a lot. And as he goes on to say, for me, the most impactful experience has been all the times that I have had to come out as a disabled person in queer spaces. All the times that I've had to show queer, non-disabled people that we exist, that disabled queer people matter, are sexy, and worthy of attention. I remember a time that I wanted to go to this big gay Halloween party. I called the bar knowing they were inaccessible, and I asked if I could get in with my wheelchair. When I explained the dimensions, the person on the phone said, "Ooh, your chair's not gonna fit. Can't you just get another one?" That's like asking me to get other legs. Those times are most impactful for me as a queer person. And just with at least gay culture. Because I can't say I'm quite versed or as knowledgeable as I am in other parts of the spectrum, even though I have been doing a lot of research lately. But I do know, like, in gay culture alone. Belly time! Yeah, I know. But in gay culture, we talk about hate and prejudice and discrimination from people who want to live the heteronormative lifestyle, but there's also so much hate and discrimination that's on the inner circle as well. And especially for somebody that has a physical disability. If I talk about the social apps that people use, and I mean, we can range anywhere from, and we know the apps, we know them. Or this goes from Grindr to Grommer to Chaseable to Scruff. There are things like Recon, and I'm trying to think of any others off the top of my head here. But all these apps are available. Somebody that is in Andrew's position as a person with a physical disability receive some of the most hateful messages and replies on these apps. And I know part of it is because, people are behind a screen, they're behind a keyboard, so that gives them a certain level of anonymity. Is that the word I'm going for? And they're trying to be anonymous. And they feel like they can say hateful things without repercussion. but they don't realize how much of a detriment that is to people. And it just comes from other people in our own community. You know, people that, go on their profiles and put, no Asians, no blacks, no fats, no femmes. I get it. People have preferences, but when you're going up there and just flat out sounding like you are every discriminatory word in the book, it's a little bit hateful. And then when people turn around and say the comments and the things that they do for a disabled person, like, oh my God, I wouldn't be able to lay in bed with you, or oh my God, that looks disgusting. Like, I don't want anything to do with you. Like, oh my God, that is so rude and hateful. Like, how can you literally live with yourself when you say stuff like that to another person? Just, oh my God, I can't. I can literally feel myself getting heated right now just talking about it, actually. Because again, I am, I have hidden disabilities. Physically, you wouldn't be able to really tell that I have anything going on with me until you either see my attachments, or I'm having a bad day where I'm just completely down for the count. Somebody wouldn't know. So I do have, I do acknowledge I got privilege in that ballpark, in the realm of disabilities. But at the same time, I also can still relate to it. Like, people get terrified of even, touching me sometimes because I have an insulin pump. They're so scared that it's gonna go off, or it's gonna, cause me to bleed if they touch it or something like that. It's like, no, you got the idea wrong. This is something that we can easily have a conversation about. I don't know. Lack of respect, lack of understanding, lack of empathy, lack of compassion. I can go on about this for such a long time. But let's move on. J.P. Brommer, author of Spanish is hard. How to Come Out in a Walmart Parking Lot and Other Life Lessons. I remember when I came out to my aunt, whom I've always been close to. So I said, "Auntie, I think I'm gay." She replied, "Okay, call me back when you know," and started cackling. I really love that moment. It brought a whole lot of levity and relief to a fraught period in my life. It helped me take myself a little less seriously, and it reminded me of something that I love about my family, that nothing is so important that we can't roast each other about it. I do have a similar moment to like this, although it did not come off as a joke. I did have a great aunt that did something absolutely amazing for me. Talking and being open, honest, and vulnerable is what it takes, and that's hard for people, it seems. You are so right. People are so... I feel like people are so busy trying to portray an image of what they want other people to see, instead of trying to be their genuine self, that it almost becomes physically impossible for them to be vulnerable, to be honest, to be open. And again, talking about fear, coming from a place of fear because they're terrified of letting people in. So I understand where they're coming from. But going back to what, I was saying before, decisions and actions that come from a place of fear only produce negative results for everybody involved, whether it be the giver or the receiver, and sometimes even the bystanders. Just, usually takes a significant moment or event in somebody's life for them to realize that, okay, I need to stop doing this. But I like this story here because I do also myself have a great aunt who, when I was working at McDonald's a long time ago, and this was after I came out to my family, her and my grandmother, my fraternal grandmother, came out to visit me at one of my stores. And it was late in the evening, and I sat down in the booth. And of course, I went out to go visit them on the floor and talk to them a little bit. And somewhere in the conversation, the topic of my partner came up, which I was with somebody at the time. And you know, I was a little nervous about saying anything about it at first, because I knew that my fraternal grandmother was very, you know, not okay with it. She was both conservative and on the religious side. And of course, when the topic came up, she already, I could see it in her face. She just got uncomfortable, looked away, and just kind of stuck her nose up a little bit in the air. It happened. And I just flat out said it. You know, I'm with a guy. I really, you know, like him at the time. And I'm happy with him. You know, I'm trying to live my best life as best as I can. And I could literally hear her scoffing or mumbling under her breath at that time. Like, she still loves me back then and to this day, but it was one of those very vehemently, like, I just don't agree with this at all type situations. And it was at that moment that I think my great aunt, she realized what was happening with my grandmother, and she like reached out and grabbed my hand, and she just flat out asked me, are you happy with your lifestyle? Are you happy with your life? And it kind of caught me off guard, and it was just like, yes. And she said, well, then that's all that matters, and I'm happy for you. I almost hit the floor. It just, woo, that caught me so off guard. And then, of course, right after that, she's like, can we order some food? But that caught me so off guard that I was about to just bust out crying right there on the spot. Like, hit the floor and just cry the night away. Took a lot of my soul and my willpower to keep myself together when that happened. But I think it was one of those times where she realized that there was a lot of negativity that was coming from my grandmother at that moment in time. And she wanted me to know. She wanted me to know right there in front of my grandmother that I was family. She loved me. She cared for me. And she did not care who I was with or who I was in an intimate relationship with. And it was almost like she metaphorically slapped my grandmother in the face, and it's like, how dare you act this way just because of who he decides to love? And it's just, oh, look at me gushing. Just, that's what that story reminds me of, though. And now that I've retold that story, it's like, I need to call her and just catch up with her. It's been so long since me and my great aunt have had a conversation and had the chance to catch up with her. And I would just love to just rehash that story back to her and just really let her know, like, you don't realize how much that moment had an impact in my life. And I just want you to know that I will forever remember it, and you will always have a special place in my heart because of that singular moment in time. Like, I need to let her know that. Alright, before Naka starts crying, let's keep going. Woo! Sarah, oh, I am gonna butcher this last name. Halonquist. Sarah Halonquist. I probably still mispronounced it. Grassroots activist and co-founder of Dyke Beer. Dyke Beer. I didn't know that was a thing. Cool. When I recall my first time coming out, oh, that's actually a can of Dyke Beer right there in her picture. I love that. When I recall my first time coming out, especially to my mother and father, that feels so long ago at this point. Even though we lived in Massachusetts, which is a liberal state, this was in the early 2000s, so it still wasn't like it is now that people are more educated and everyone seems to know somebody who's gay or celebrity who's non-binary. But in high school, I was really one of the only people out, and also very much the only one wearing menswear. Baggy jeans and that sort of thing. It just makes me think of how far we've come over the years and decades from that moment. It's a different world. Even though it was fine, you still never forget your first time or the first people you come out to, like a lot of first things. So true, so true. Just talking about that moment with my great aunt, for example. Pat and Paulette Martin. Oh, wait, did I get kicked out of Final Fantasy? No, I did not. Okay. We're good. We're Gucci. I first knew I was a lesbian at the age of 5. Came out to my family and mother at my high school graduation. I always knew exactly who I was. and it was my mother who was actually confused. She said my actions were not normal, even going to the extreme and taking me to a psychiatrist. My mother's homophobia was one of the reasons I waited to come out. Every time my mother would see a gay woman, she would say, "If one of my children becomes like that, I'll kill them." Ooh. If I ever came across a person who would say that, there is a whole can of worms that I would spill on that person right there and right then. When it comes to how parents treat their children, especially like in that respect, I get heated, and I get heated fast. Woo! Anywho, continuing on. During my high school graduation, I walked across the stage in a dress to get my diploma. Afterward, I went into the bathroom and changed into a suit. When my mother saw me, she said, "What the hell is this?" I responded, "This is me." I got my girlfriend and I left, and I never looked back. Now I've been out for more than 50 years. In 2015, I met my now wife Paulette at an event hosted by SAGE, which is an organization dedicated to improving the lives of LGBT elders. Got married in 2018 at the age of 67. We both continue to advocate for rights for the LGBT plus community, especially for elders. And that was for Pat. Pat is the one on the left side on this picture here. Now for Paulette. Unlike my wife Pat, I didn't come out until I was 40, when my youngest child was 16. Growing up, I thought if I got married and had a baby, I wouldn't have to tell my mother that I was gay and could be normal. However, pretending I was something that I was not for all those years to avoid the punishment of social and familial shame did not make me feel normal at all. In reality, I felt suffocated and trapped. I took out all of my repressed frustrations on others, including members of the LGBT plus community. After I got divorced from my husband, and I realized I wanted to start living as my authentic self, while the seismic shift caused friction in my family relationships, the burden of living a lie was finally gone. But I still faced numerous challenges along the way, including discrimination and racism for simply being myself. Later in life, having just moved from Long Island to East Harlem, I fell head over heels for Pat. The romantic spark was real. We were married on April the 10th of 2018 at the age of 67. Today, we live in East Harlem, an area of New York once notorious for being hostile to those in the LGBT plus community, and walk hand in hand through the neighborhoods as our authentic selves. I love that story. Showing that even at their age and where they came from, where it was even more hostile and a huge risk to be part of the LGBT plus community. And of course, not just part of that community, but, having to deal with racism and, being, and forgive me for using the word, but the terminology of that day and age, being colored people of that time, just was literally challenges upon challenges upon challenges that just stacked upon each other. I could only imagine, other than what they have said in these testimonies, these articles here, there had to be so much more that they had to go through to get to where they are today. And for that, I not only respect them, but admire them. Elizabeth Coffey Williams, who's an actress. Assigned male at birth in 1948, I knew I was a girl from an early age, despite attending a parochial, P-A-R-O-C-H-I-A-L, however you say that word. That was the school that she went to. I wore my hair shaggy and I dated boys. As the oldest of 5 kids, I first came out to my family as transgender in the late 1960s. When the language of gender identity wasn't what it is today. My family didn't know what being transgendered meant and was afraid it might be contagious. So I was sent to live with a relative across town and was forbidden to see my younger brothers and sisters, which was quite traumatizing. In 1970, I hitched a ride to Baltimore where I met a rising film director, John Waters, and quickly became one of the Dreamlanders, Waters' ensemble of regular cast and crew members. I later appeared in 4 of his films, including a memorable role in Pink Flamingos. While there, I heard about Johns Hopkins' groundbreaking work as the first American academic institution to offer gender confirmation surgeries. In 1972, I received the surgery and completed my transition, becoming one of the first women to participate in the Johns Hopkins program. I remain a defiantly out and proud trans woman. And that is such a wonderful picture of her right there. I actually love it. Such a great headshot. Pear O'Keel. I have the hardest time with pronunciation and diction at times. Pear O'Keel. I think I got it. We'll have to start being like Rang Yatsu and breaking out a thesaurus or coming up with a different word. After my siblings learned about my transition, I got an unexpected knock on the door. It was my little brother, Billy. His visit was a big step for my family, who was dealing with understanding me as a woman. It made me feel loved, wanted, and like I was getting my family back. I've been a strong advocate for the transgendered community for nearly 50 years, and I have no intention of sitting down. Currently, I co-facilitate the Transway support group at the William Way LGBT Community Center, help conduct tours of the center, serve on the endorsement committee of the Liberty City LGBT Democratic Club, and as a board member of the Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld Fund, as well as a tireless advocate for LGBT senior housing. An avid quilter, I served as a facilitator of the Names Project AIDS Memorial Quilt, a national collection of quilt squares commemorating those who died from HIV and AIDS, and my quilting work has also been shown in the Art Institute of Chicago. Wow, so not only, up and coming in the acting world and getting all those accolades and achievements, but also going a step further with all their volunteer work, with just a long list of achievements here. Super impressive. Like, that is the type of person I definitely look up to. I did pronounce it right? Okay, good. Because English, maybe my first language, but definitely ain't my best. Rachel Lippincott, Arthur, of the Lucky List. I'd known for a few months before I finally came out to my mom. I mean, I'd probably known for longer than a few months, but it's pretty hard to continue to ignore all the signs when you're literally dating a girl. I kept it a secret as my mom went through cancer treatments, not wanting to add to her pain. But the scans were looking pretty good. She got into remission and her reconstruction surgery was scheduled. She was driving me to school one morning and I just knew today was the day. My heart was palpitating the entirety of the 15-minute ride as I worked up the courage to finally tell her. Of course, I waited until she pulled into the parking lot to finally squeak out, "I think I like girls." Adding quickly afterward, "But I mean, I always think Johnny Depp is super hot." Johnny Depp just happened to be her favorite actor, and I thought it could be some kind of padding to the truth. Some kind of commonality that we could still share as I upended her perception of me. She parked the car and looked at me, letting me know that she loved me, and she didn't care who I loved, as long as I was happy. We hugged, we cried. I was still, and always will be, the same person she knew and loved and raised. If anything, she just knew me a little bit better. Again, I think this is one of those examples that shows how it should be and how it can be. Like, and even with my own mother, when she, in her own words, said, "I'm going to love you unconditionally. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. And that's all that matters in the world." It's just, so cathartic. Oh my gosh. Squishy, hi. Squishy, we are having quite a conversation today. Today's stream, it does get better. We're talking about different coming out stories and some current day issues that we've got going on. Not only with just rights for everybody that's on the LGBTQ plus spectrum, and the trials and tribulations they had to go through coming out to their friends, friends, family, and coworkers. I looked at the screen and read lawyer. But also talking about where the Supreme Court had overturned Roe versus Wade and are kind of stripping basic human rights, body autonomy from women as well. Where it all kind of sort of ties into each other, where it could possibly be a segue to worse things if we're not careful. So we've been talking about a lot tonight and are continuing on with the stories that I found here as I was doing research for these past couple of weeks. And of course, again, I want to, throw it out to chat as well. If you have any stories or like comments, anything you want to add to everything that we're talking about here tonight, please do. I definitely want this to be a two-way conversation, very interactive about what we're talking about here, not only with my own stories and these stories that we're reading, but trials and tribulations or achievements or celebrations that you yourself have had, if you've ever had to come out to anybody or struggling to come out to anybody. I also want to make another shout out here to our resources, where we were talking about the Trevor Project earlier. Of course, they are the largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for the LGBTQ young people, where you can find all of their resources, their helplines, places where you can make donations or ways that you can show support, whether you're somebody struggling to identify with yourself as part of the community or struggling to support somebody that you know or love that's in the community. You can find all of that there. I had a train of thought that was going there, and I completely derailed, and I forgot what I was about to go through. It'll come back to me. But talking about Ruth B. Carter as a lawyer here, the owner of Carter Law Firm. Oh, good Lord, this one's got his own firm. Look at this one. I knew I was different as young as the age of 4. I didn't have the vocabulary for it. I just knew that I was different than my peers. Now I identify as pansexual and non-binary. But earlier in my coming out, I identified as bisexual. I didn't realize there was more than 2 genders at the time. Oh, what's that? What we got? Oh, we got a raid! Who that? Spar! Thank you so much for the raid! For anybody and everybody that came in with Spar, I am Nakarumi, the One-Winged Healer. I primarily stream content related to Final Fantasy XIV. Today is a special event where we are actually talking about coming out stories in the tribute to Pride, the month of June here. I myself am a gay, cisgendered homosexual. I use pronouns he, him. And we are just going over different stories from different people in different situations where they're coming out to their family, their friends, their co-workers, and talking about our own stories as well. When I came out, I had a lot of trouble from the community. From the community that you thought would support me, and still do, sadly. So I'm not a very good person to ask to share. Well, no, that's actually a perfect example of what we were talking about much earlier in the stream as well. Because a lot of these stories that I did find that you can go through online, it was hard for me to find anything that didn't have a good ending. Because I wanted to focus not only on the uplifting and the encouraging stories and these like wonderful examples of how it should be, but I wanted to find examples and stories of where, a coming out did not end so well, or that it was an extreme struggle. I think the closest that we've come across with the stories that we've talked about thus far was the Armenian guy that was trying to come out to their family, and their mother, she locked herself away and threatened to commit suicide unless he would stop being gay, or took him to conversion therapy to see a psychiatrist. I think that's so far been the worst that we've come across. But it's not always a happy ending. There are, and that's the reason why I wanted to talk about the Trevor Project too, with their resources with suicide prevention, and also finding resources to especially if you end up in a homeless situation, for example. This website here, whenicamenout.com, has a ton of resources, not only just for support as far as coming out, but also counseling. If you're kicked out of the home, they have tons of resources that you can look into in order to make sure that you can find shelter, that you can find food. They even go as far as being like, how to enable private browsing and clear your web history. So if you are young and your family's like literally going through your search history, like you can kind of protect yourself here by making sure that you've got private browsing on your web browsers and that you can clear anything that they may find to help protect yourself. And just so much more that's available here, even in the religious sector for Christians that identify in the LGBTQ plus community. Just so many resources here that are so useful. And the basis of the website itself is just literally a place where you can tell your story. If I go to this subsection here, stories, and you can literally pick out of any part of the spectrum, really. I know they're kind of missing a lot, but I know, like, if you go to the homepage, it will just show any and every story that's been posted. But they have just anonymous stories from anybody and everybody that are posted on the website, and you can go through them all and read them from different backgrounds and different types of people, and different responses and reactions that they got from their family, friends, and so forth, so on. It's a really good resource to see both the good and the bad, because I know not everybody had a happy ending when it comes to coming out, and it's still an ongoing story for a lot of people too. Even to this day, I still, like, especially in professional situations, because I do work as a call center representative, and obviously sexual orientation is not something that really comes up in conversation too often, but we do actually have an employee resource group in the company that I work for everybody on the spectrum of the LGBTQ plus community. We host events, we have webinars, we participate in Pride celebrations, even though the headquarters for my company is all the way in Utah, so it's not like I physically have like a celebration I can go to, but they have so many virtual options, and they literally send like just Pride items. This pop tab on my phone, for example, came from the company that I work for. I have a rainbow handbag, rainbow sunglasses, the rainbow flag that you might be able to sort of kind of see behind me, which is just above the carbuncles back here. Hello, emoji spam. That also came from my company that I work for. So they're super supportive, but it's still an awkward conversation to be like telling a coworker in a professional environment that, hey, I'm gay. That's not something that kind of comes up in the small talk between office employees. So I still have my reservations, and I still have my awkward situations, but for other people, it can literally be life or death. I identify as bi. I get constantly treated as if I don't belong in the community, no matter who I date, who the people I am with identify as. I'm called straight, lesbian, or people who want to argue semantics over pan call me transphobic. I feel very cast out by the LGBTQ plus community, to the point where I only date other bi or pan people now. I know a lot of bi people who experience this as well, sadly. We almost touched on that a little bit earlier when we came across a story where somebody was struggling to find their identification as a bi person, because they only saw the world in two genders, and they thought, I'm either straight or I'm gay. I have to pick one or the other. And then when they finally realized what bi was, they still struggled with the identity and the definition of it. But we also talked about how there is a lot of prejudice and discrimination in the inner circles of the LGBTQ plus community also, where there literally is almost like this schism between different parts of the spectrum, between gay males and lesbians, or especially when one side or the other, whether it be straight or gay, when somebody comes out as bi, they're like, oh well, that's just the gateway to being gay. no, it's not. And you know, I kind of feel this too, because if I was to break it down to semantics with my sexuality, I'm not 100% gay. I float a little bit on the spectrum. Is it always leaning towards gay? Yes. But I still float. So technically, by definition, I'm bisexual myself. So I do understand what that means and how that helps to define a person. But when people just literally and ignorantly say bi is not a thing, it's either one or the other. Like, no, it's not. And you are purposely just, what's the word I'm looking here? Disavowing what I'm trying to express to you. This is not an asking of your opinion of my identification. This is me trying to express to you of who I am, and you're trying to shoot it down. You need to stop. And it happens in the inner circles all the time, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. This is why I love those stories where, you know, they're coming out to their family or they're coming out to their friends, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. So that's what you identify as. All right, well, let's go get pizza. That's what it should be. That's what it should be. But no, people are always just wanting to force their opinions down somebody else's throat. No, Squishy, that was not negative at all. It's truth is what it is. It is just the unadulterated truth of how it currently is in society. Does that mean it's the same way everywhere? No. You know, there are the supportive people out there, and there are the people and the friends that would be that example that I just said. Oh, you're bisexual. Cool. Let's go get pizza. But at the same token, there's the people who are the antithesis to that. You know, they don't believe it, or they think it's a phase, or like I said, they think it's a segue to homosexuality. And they're wrong. Like, you can't sit there and tell somebody that there's something they're not. It's one of those situations of like, hello, do you live in this body? Is your name XYZ? Do you partake in everything that this being, this sentient being, experiences? No, you don't. Therefore, you don't have a place to tell me what I am and am not. That is my job. And people can't get that through their head sometimes. And I know that takes, like I said, it's a teaching moment, and it requires enlightenment, open-mindedness, understanding, empathy, compassion. Some people just don't have that, though. Oh, Autobot. I actually love being LGBTQ+, and it's absolutely not an umbrella I'm putting all LGBTQ+ people under. I have amazing experiences, too, with my friends of all identities, but it's a big thing that's been on my mind basically my whole life. And that's the thing, too, is, again, as humans, it's easy for us to kind of glaze over the positive stuff and focus on the negative, but it's because the negative has a tendency to stick with us. It's easier to fear something than to be vulnerable to something. It's just like a default switch, and it's hard for us to maintain to be on the vulnerable, hopeful side. So negative experiences will tend to impact us and have more of an emotional detriment to us than the positive experiences, unless it's like overwhelmingly positive. So that makes sense. It's a thing. It happens. It's just truth. Coming out for me was both straight and LGBTQ+. People telling me that it's not real and that there's only one or the other. People who have told me I'll cheat. Men who ask me if being bi means I like threesomes. I really only talk about being bi with people I trust with. I have actually been asked that exact same question when I was trying to get like to the nitty gritty of my identification and understanding, you know, where I was on the spectrum, and at the time trying to figure out, well, am I on this end or am I on this end? I had been presented with that same question as well. Like, okay, so if you're trying to identify as bi, does that mean you like having intimacy with both of them at the same time? Not. No. Full disclosure, it's one of those, it's like, that may not be a bad thing in my head, but that's not the point. But yes, that does happen. As somebody who can vouch for that, has had that happen to themselves. Yes, that does happen, and it's not a pleasant experience. It kind of puts you not always a negative position as so much as awkward, but it can have negative impacts. Especially when they get aggressive about forcing that opinion or question upon you. It's not okay. It's not okay. But we were just looking at, what was it, Ruth B. Carter, the lawyer. Let me pop back here. Let's see, where do we live off? I forgot where I was talking about. Now I identify as pansexual, non-binary, but earlier in my coming out, I identified as bisexual. Didn't realize that there was more than 2 genders, what we kind of touched on there. I didn't understand that I had feelings for women when I was younger, because the way I have a crush on a guy is different than the way I have a crush on a woman. And so I just did not connect the dots. I was 23 when I came out to myself. My friends... Oh, wait, I read that wrong. I was 23 when I came out to myself, my friends, and shortly thereafter, my family. I was in grad school at the time, and we had a weekly meeting with my classmates. A question my professor threw out there was, what's something you learned about yourself this semester? I was like, well, there we go. A few months later, I had my family reunion. I went into it thinking, okay, worst case scenario, they reject me. I'm just gonna get back on the plane tonight. Told my parents, and they were fine with it. They're not waving the rainbow flag or anything, but they're fine. And then when I was in my mid-30s, I learned about non-binary people, and that made a whole lot of things just click into place. Because I had grown up in Catholic school and I was a gymnast, so I was on a team full of girls. And I remember in 4th grade, I stopped talking to the girls in my class because they were just so obnoxious. They were just being like tween girls, but it just wasn't who I was. My parents seem to be okay with it. I would not be surprised if my dad does not use they, them pronouns for me when I'm not around, but I think my mom does try. I'm training for an Ironman race, and she called it an Iron person. And then like 2 seconds later, she says, "You go, girl." Certain things are challenging. I've learned that there are words missing in our vocabulary. We have sir and ma'am, but we don't have a gender neutral option for when someone wants to address me politely. The word just doesn't exist. When my sister was pregnant, I was like, what am I to this baby? We came up with Augie because to say I'm her mother's sibling just isn't conventional. I think part of it is this is still a new thing. We're still in the phase where people are realizing, like, this is not a fad. This is people, and everyone deserves to be acknowledged. I really want to emphasize on where they said, this is people. Treat people like people. We have got to know, and not just know, but we have got to know that people by nature are going to be different. We are not wired all the same. We are going to have different desires, feelings, needs, wants, cravings, whatever you want to call it. They're going to be different. But we still have to acknowledge and understand both cognitively and empathetically that they're people, regardless of their wants and needs. Also, as a bi woman, I want to say I love men very much. I'm going to shout it loud because I feel like a bi woman saying they love men is taboo, but fuck all that. Well, I feel like I can relate to that on the other side of the spectrum. Like, because when I was talking about me being on the spectrum, you know, men being over here and women being over here, I'm like somewhere here. you know, definitely closer to the men's side, but not fully. Like, I full-fledgedly, you know, I could still have a relationship with a woman and be completely happy with it, you know, both, you know, physically and, you know, emotionally. But I do tend to lean towards men being more attractive and more preferred. Um, so, you know, as a homosexual man, or I missed the point I was trying to throw out there, as a bisexual man, I like to say that I mostly like men. But at the same time, there could always be a woman. You never know. I'm currently also with a man. I'm partnered with a man. So in a lot of cases, it's just easier for me to say gay. Which, you know, is almost kind of what you were saying there. You know, depending on who you're dating at the time, you know, it's almost easier just to use that particular word with the current relationship. But at the same time, it also creates that dysphoria of them separating, you know, straight, bi, and gay. Bi does exist. It is a thing. It is true. It is real. So yes, shout it from the rooftops. You can still be a bisexual woman and love men till as long as the day, or as much as the day is long, is what I was trying to say. And it is okay. And nobody has the right to tell you you're wrong. Because that is your personality. That is your identity. That is who you are expressing yourself to be. You can't be wrong with that. Randy D. Robertson, whom is a pilot, or actually is a retired U.S. Air Force officer even. I knew as a preschooler I was somehow different. By 9 years old, I was certain that I was a girl. But my family and the community I was growing up in was certain that I was a boy. Blessed with loving parents and 3 wonderful siblings and a caring community, I thrived all while hiding the truth because I knew sharing it would have had consequences that I was not ready to confront. By my early 30s, I was happily married with 2 children and a nephew to raise, and well into a career as a United States Air Force officer and pilot. Because of my commitments and love for my family, as well as my career, I stayed deeply closeted to ensure financial stability for my family. I first came out to my spouse in 2006. Hey, that's the year I graduated. My spouse confronted me after finding my hidden collection of women's clothing and accessories. I shared details of my journey and we decided to keep it between the 2 of us until I retired from the Air Force, which was still several years away. After retiring in the spring of 2011, I came out to my counselor, siblings, parents, and children. While this revelation was shocking to everybody, my family reassured me that I would always be accepted and loved. My mother's response was particularly interesting. She asked me, "Why would you give up your male privilege?" Knowing some of my challenges my mother had encountered as a woman based solely on the basis of her gender, I have come to appreciate why she said that, especially having inherited some of those characteristics. After the next few years, I slowly came out to friends, colleagues, associates, and strangers. Each time I met someone new and I get to know them, I have to decide if they are worthy of knowing the truth. If I decide they are, I come out to them as well. Now, at age 58, I actively advocate for policies and practices that create a more welcoming environment for I can't even say it anymore, LGBTQI+ and women and other underrepresented groups. Words are hard. My personal experience can prove that businesses, organizations, communities, and our nation can be stronger and better when we create inclusive spaces so each person can be the best of who they are. I feel like that's almost, talking about segues, kind of a little bit into the whole issue with the Supreme Court and Roe versus Wade, where yes, and yes, businesses, organizations, communities, and our nation can be stronger and better when we create inclusive spaces so each person can be the best of who they are. And then we have a decision made by the Supreme Court, which ultimately takes more rights away from women. That is not the direction that we are trying to go towards America. it was definitely a step backwards. And I do love how let me finish that sentence. I do love how certain like businesses out there, holy crap, I know my partner was talking about this earlier and I forgot which company it was. But basically the owner of the company put out a social media post out there that basically said, you know, in light of the decision that was made for any it was Dick's Sporting's Good. The CEO basically said, you know, for any women associates, athletes, or supporters, basically any employee of the company who is facing consequences or, you know, not able to do what they need to do because of this decision and these trigger laws that all have kicked in because of that decision, that we will fund and provide the money that you will need to travel to the nearest clinic, whether it be out of state or halfway across the country. Like, that company is willing to support and pay for those employees to have the choice to do what they need to do with their bodies. Because of course, you know, my body, my choice. But they are basically saying, screw what they said. We've got the money to make sure that you get taken care of, and we'll provide it to you if you need it. Mic drop. That's what we need. We need more people in places of power, like that CEO of Dick's Sporting Goods, to make statements, and not just statements, but actions to show what just happened was wrong. If we can get more businesses, organizations, committees, and just the nation as a whole, just the people in general, this is how democracy works, the people in general, to speak out, say out, to make sure we are heard that this was not okay. That's how we get things changed. And I know that we also were kind of talking about earlier, you know, the whole contest between people talking about peaceful protests versus, you know, violent ones. I feel like that is such a hard topic to approach every time I bring it up, because it's like, you know, we don't really see drastic changes or huge, like, dynamic changes take place in our legislature or in how the policies of our nation get upturned or passed through until something violent has occurred. But yet at the same time, it's like we're fighting so hard to ensure that people have rights and have safety and, you know, are basically protected, but we have to have an event that causes harm or even costs, you know, somebody or somebody's lives in the process in order for action to be taken. And I hate that it has to come to that. And, you know, we got people arguing out there, you know, basically, should we have this violent uproar and break laws in order for this to be corrected? History says if we want something to happen quickly, yes. But at the same time, the humanitarian in me is just like that almost defeats the purpose of the ultimate goal that we want to eventually reach. Again, could go on for hours about that. Alex Farrington. Moving on with the coming out stories here. I've known... speaking of Alex Farrington, prefers the term... I don't even want to say that yet. You may be able to see it on the screen, but I don't care. This story, this is the one that has a phrase in it that I fell instantaneously in love with. And you're going to find out why. We're going to go through this story. I'm going to get excited, and we're going to talk about it. I've known I liked women sexually since I was in elementary school. A friend and I sat in her closet for hours and would touch each other and talk to each other about it. In 4th grade, my best friend Emily started calling me her boyfriend because I would buy her snacks and walk her home and stuff. We held hands, sat together, fourth grade stuff. A group of older boys followed us one day and started yelling stuff at us and threw rocks at us. I punched one of them, and then Emily's mom wouldn't let us hang out anymore. No one ever said anything about women liking women being bad specifically, but I definitely heard anti-gay rhetoric from some family, so I never said anything. Years later, it bothered me how men would stigmatize gay men but sexualize gay women, and I got a little more open with my sexuality but wouldn't say I was bi. It wasn't until I dated a woman for several months that I embraced the term, but I had no plans of coming out to anyone. The people around me knew, my partner knew, that was enough. However, my nephew, an older cousin's son, was debating coming out and so scared because of a lot of the anti-gay and bigoted rhetoric that he had heard around him, his family, and in the media. To encourage him, I posted on Facebook, "Hi, I'm bi. Bye." And really didn't think too much of it at the time, because I was already steadfast in my sense of self. I didn't need the validation, which I think is such a privilege for me as a white, straight-passing, cisgendered woman. Then, last summer, in having a lot of conversations around Black Lives Matter and anti-racism and bigotry, my maternal grandmother used gay slurs, and I let her know it was unacceptable and that she shouldn't speak that way as a Christian and having a gay granddaughter. She told me that all of my opinions regarding Black Lives Matter and Trump now made sense, and I broke contact with her after some more insults were hurled around. My mom approached me asking about me being gay and how she didn't know. I told her I didn't feel like I needed to come out because it's inviting someone into a part of my life that's only shared with sexual partners. She said she was proud of me for standing up for myself and asked if I wanted pizza. This is where I came up with the example of like, oh, cool, you're bisexual, let's go get pizza. This is where I got this from. I've taken to using the term invite in instead of coming out. I'm not secretive about who I am, but I dislike the box that coming out puts you in, as I think about sexuality and gender as fluid. I love this part so freaking much. It is so good. I love how she flips like the psychology of, just talking about your sexuality and your orientation to somebody as inviting them in to a personal part of your life instead of you coming out to them. It really does break that suffocating box that saying coming out of the closet puts you in. Like, it makes sense mentally because it is suffocating. It really is a diminishing effect when you're trying to hide yourself from other people and your family, community, coworkers, colleagues, whomever it may be. And it does feel like it puts you in a box. But by saying that you're inviting somebody in to your orientation or your sexuality or whatever it may be, instead of coming out to them, is such a power move, and I love it so freaking much. I'm sorry for hitting my desk, but that just goes to prove how much I love that. Ugh. And I also like how she talks about, years later it bothered me how men would stigmatize gay men but sexualize gay women. Double standard in the most worst possible way. And it's almost like, how some people would, honestly, with the way that they acted and the way that they would talk about certain things, it's kind of like, so it's okay for women to be gay because you think it's hot, but it's not okay for men to be gay? Or in like some women's cases, because I've definitely come across plenty in my past experiences, it's okay for men to be gay because you like to fantasize and sexualize us, but it's not okay for women to be gay. And that would really blow my mind sometimes because, as many double standards as there is out there for women, especially when we are talking about rights, and with workplaces and just everything else in between. And then I would come across the ones that would be like, you know, gay men are hot and I love to have a gay best friend, but, you know, women, not so much. And it's just one of those moments where I look at them like, do you really realize what you just said? And honestly, are aware of this, like, stigma that just came out of your mouth? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. Nope. Woo! Anyways, I was desperately waiting for us to actually get to that story in particular, because not only does she talk about that double standard, but she just invite in versus coming out. Just, oh, I love it so much. You invite people in to know you better, a very intimate and personal part of your life that honestly is none of their business. Danica Roem? One of those? Journalist and politician, even, is the first transgendered person to be elected to the Virginia General Assembly and first openly trans person to serve on any U.S. state legislature. Coming out, or inviting in, isn't typically a one-stop shop, one and done. For me, the process unfolded over about 14 years. Using sexuality as a stepping stone to my gender identity, or using sexuality as a stepping stone to my gender identity. Naka's about to leave the room because I can't read anymore. In 2001, when I was a senior in high school, I told a few people I was bi. Then, when I was accepted to St. Bonaventure University, 344 miles away from my little town in Virginia, that was my chance to hit the reset button and start coming out, inviting in. But as it turned out, one person who was from my town also ended up going there. I was so afraid that word would get back to home and to my mom that I didn't want to disappoint her. That kept me from pursuing therapy. But I was so fortunate that I found women that I could trust and confide in, people who let me be my authentic self, and in turn, I could let them know that because I wasn't a man, they could talk to me like any other woman. I wasn't a threat to them, but I wasn't out to any of my guy friends at all, because I wanted my identity to be the metalhead, the funny guy, not the gay guy. A lot of the social pressures at the time made the idea of living as an out trans woman and living a happy, fulfilling life was beyond my reach. So I went stealth. I would go out at the gay clubs or industrial metal goth shows where all the guys were wearing makeup more than the girls anyhow, but it wasn't my day-to-day reality. Then, in 2005, I competed in a gender bus competition where I got to dress as a woman. I looked amazing, and I felt absolutely euphoric, until I saw the reaction to photos posted online by the campus newspaper. They were so negative, they shoved me violently back into the closet. After I graduated, I got my first job as a reporter. I came out as gay to my editor, but I knew that where I lived and worked, being gay and being trans were two different things. My fear was that if I came out as trans, my sources wouldn't see me as neutral, dispassionate observer, and would affect my career. Then, in 2012, my gender dysphoria became suffocating. There was a hand that had been closing around my throat since I was 10 years old, and I needed to do something. By the end of that summer, I called a psychologist, told her I was trans and that I needed help. Not long after that, I called my boss and said that I was transitioning. In 2014, I came out to my family, and then in 2015, I got my name changed, updated my byline in the newspaper, and came out to everybody. I knew the lie that I was living had expired, and I was done with it. Living as a man, I always felt incomplete. But being authentically me out in the world, I feel whole. The fanfiction scene is really bad about that, although admittedly, I partake in writing the gay fanfiction myself at times. This is true with the sexualization, because I was there too. Oh, some of the fanfictions I wrote. Ooh. Anywho, talking about Danica, this reminds me of a story. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because, of course, you know, this is her story and it's not my place to tell it. So I'm just going to generalize it as much as possible. But me and my partner, we do have a mutual friend of ours who, at least from my perspective, like, I had no idea. I had no idea that she was trans, and that she was wanting to transition, or anything of that nature. But one day when we were coming together as a group, because we would usually have like a weekly or bi-weekly get together, she just almost like an announcement presented it to everybody in the group, and it was one of those where just like all of us were like, that's awesome, that's great. So you know, from this point forward is her she her, instead of he him, or they them, as preferred. And you know, we no longer use your former name. And it's just, it was that simple. It was literally, that's what she told us, that was her announcement, and that's what it was from that point forward. And that's how it should be. It should be just as simple as that, to respect somebody as a person and just be like, okay, cool. You know, I'll apologize if I slip up from now and then. You know, old habits die hard, but you know, make that active effort to be, you know, this is now you. This is who you are and who you've always been. So thank you for inviting us in to let us know that, and we will treat you accordingly. That's how it should be. Like, please, people, treat people like people. Respect each other. It's not that hard. Ugh. That was actually the last story on this website. I do have a lot of other ones, but these were a lot of good lengthy stories, because one of the problems I had is when I was searching for stories that I wanted to talk about and for us to discuss tonight, was there's a lot of them out there that are just like really short paragraphs. Not that they're any less impactful or meaningful, but I definitely wanted there to be more of a like learning moment from these stories. So it actually took me a while to find a good handful of them that were lengthy, because when I was talking about the When I Came Out website, you know, it gives you like this tiny text box to tell your story and to come out. So a lot of them are really no more longer than like 5 to 10 sentences long, and they don't really go into a lot of detail or background, and don't really get a whole lot into the emotions of the story behind it and the realizations. So not that they're any lesser, but it didn't give a good basis to really talk about. So it actually took me a while to find some good stories here. Let me see if I can pull up another one here I was talking about. Let's see. No, that was social media. Let's see. This was talking about celebrities and them coming out. Oh, here's a story. Alright, so before I get into this one, kind of want to give an overview of what to expect with this story here. So, here with Mike question mark, as is their alias for their name here, this story shows where there was certainly a lot of misunderstanding and worry and concern, if not downright hateful things that were coming from the family and the parents here. But the person in question, the guy who was coming out, extremely stood his ground. It just shows a fortitude and a strong will, which is extremely admirable but rare. So I kind of like want to give that disclaimer and that warning before we get into this story, because it is extremely impressive how this kid, well, he was a kid at the time, reacted when this took place. But it goes on to say, I was asleep when my mom woke me up softly. Tears were streaming down her face. She looked confused and she said, "Come to the living room, please. I don't want you to wake up your brother." I knew something was wrong. Did my dad die? Did my parents get a divorce? I knew something was wrong, and I was feeling like I was the problem, but I didn't know anything else. I grabbed my feet in order to move off of the bed. I was just 16 years of age, skinny, athletic, but suddenly I felt extremely heavy, disjointed, and scared. I got into the living room and my mom was seated already on the couch, crying. She pressed a paper onto my hand and asked, "What is this? I found it in your pocket." It was a love note. A cute, silly, and quite horny love note from a classmate of mine. He was saying he loved me, or that he wanted to ride me. Honestly, I don't recall, and it's not necessarily important. It was a homoerotic poem of love from a 17-year-old to a 16-year-old. Kind of pausing there, I actually had this happen to me one time in high school where I did have a classmate of mine who was actually my senior kind of do the exact same thing. It was sweet in one perspective because he wrote a poem to me expressing his affection and his feelings for me. But it was the very word that they use here in this article. It was very homoerotic because it kind of explained and described a situation about us like running through the fields stark naked with our penises swaying in the wind. And it was just one of those moments where it's like, what? Did not know how to react to it, and still to this day, it's just one of those, like, that went from 0 to 60 really fast. But yeah, I definitely got presented with one of those before. Didn't have to worry about my parents finding it. Because I think it may have been either lost or destroyed shortly after. Not that I, dislike this guy or anything, but that did just hit me very strange. Just kind of raised an eyebrow type situation. And plus I was a kid, I didn't know or knew what I know today back then, so whole different situation. I was just like, oh my god, I do not know what to do with this. We're gonna toss it in the trash. But it was sweet, minus the homoerotica anyways, back to the story before Naka continues to mumble about it. My parents were never particularly religious. My parents were never particularly homophobic either. On the contrast, they were actually always teaching us to help support the weak and the different. My mom and dad were my equality and my humility champions, but we were living in a tiny village and they were thinking accordingly. I took the paper in my hands and read a few words and I said, "Okay, what's the problem?" Mom comes back and it's like, "Who writes these things to you? Why does he think he has the right to do so?" My mom said. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Her lips were closed shut and the words would barely escape her mouth. She looked more like a person you see acting on TV. This did not look like my mom. "Don't worry," I said. "This guy is just a guy that likes me. I have nothing with him at all. I am gay, but I'm not into him." In my mind, that all made sense. My parents would definitely love me for who I am, I thought. It was not as if a school teacher was sending me the note or a neighbor. It was just a classmate. And come on, I'm listening to Cher and Britney Spears all day long. My mom even bought me their CDs. Of course they knew I was gay, and they're okay. But no. My mom acted as if I bombed the house. And have you seen the videos from Syria where people cry over the dead bodies of their children? People without hope, beaten unfairly by powers they don't understand. People that the injustice and the hopelessness tie their throats and stop their breath. This was what my mom looked like. But I was alive. I was doing great. Our house was not bombed, but she was sobbing into her screams of tears. Her screams into her tears. "We will fight this together. Please don't say anything to your father. It will kill him. He will have a heart attack. We will fight it together. I was absolutely shocked. I said, Mom, it's me. I don't have cancer. There's nothing to fight. My dad was just coming home from work. We heard the door, and after my mom's order, I ran to bed, and she went to go take a shower. It was the longest sleep ever. I think I wished to die about 100 times over. The sweat dripping off of me was smelling electric, shaping a pool that looked like my shadow on the bed. I lost half of myself on that bed that night. I knew my mom was not there to keep it a secret. I believe my dad had learned everything within 5 minutes. You see, for my parents, gay people only existed in stories that you whisper. They were society failures that no one really knew. In their brain, we were a lot of things you think of, but are too mean to share. Unless this someone happened to be their son. Unless the only way to straight him was to scare the gay away, and that's what I think they were about to do. My dad came to bed in the morning, woke me up and said, "Morning, my boy. Can you come to the living room? Your mom and I want to talk to you." To this day, I am not sure if my dad said, "my boy," to show support or to remind me that I was a boy. At the time, I got it the wrong way, and my dad kept using it a lot, and it was getting hard to hear. But today, I can see that there could have been some positive side to this. I went to the living room, and they kept asking me things that were too uncomfortable to discuss or hear from your parents. I was only 16, but I had fought the gay away for a few years. I learned that there was only myself I was suppressing. They were not half as ready as I was for what was coming. But who graduated from a parenting school? Who is certified to be a good parent? Nobody is. But I hope my story will give you some tips and many things that you should not do if you're about to come out to someone, or if someone you love does. They asked me if I ever had sex with a girl. I replied that if I didn't, they would ask me how do I know I'm gay, and if I did, they would say that just because I didn't like it, it doesn't mean that I won't like it with the next one. They said that gay people lurk in public toilets and just want to have sex. I said that's not true. I said gay people are horny, but most of us are. Everybody. Well, most everybody is. They said gay people only think about sex, and I said I don't only think about sex. The questions just kept getting worse and worse. They even suggested I could have sex from the ass with girls. They said I could make a family and have a double life when I really needed it. At the time, I knew it was just a phase, not for me, but for them. I was born gay, had wet gay dreams since I was 5. I could naturally remember all the guys' names while constantly forgetting all the girl names. In a heartbeat. As a kid, I would stare at handsome boys and copy the jokes the girls said. I was naturally feeling more comfortable with girls than boys. And even if all these don't make me or anyone else gay, I was gay as fuck. And I knew it was okay. My friend had told me so, and so did the internet. And that's one of the things I really like about this story is apparently this guy's young enough and lived in a place where he had a friend. Am I missing all this because Twitch just gave me 7 ads? Oh no, is it running an ad right now? Hang on. Ah, okay, it is. So, ads now play every hour. Oh, not anymore? Okay. I was about to type it out. The thing with Twitch is they recently came up with a new policy where if you run ads every hour for 3 minutes instead of every half hour for 1.5 minutes, you would get more money from the commercials that would play. So whenever the commercials go off, you get 3 minutes worth of commercials now. I need to get some type of like app or notification where it tells me when the ads start, because it will show me on my ad manager here like how much time is left before the next ad kicks in, which is this yellow area. And even right now it's basically saying the ad is in progress, but because it goes off for 3 minutes every hour, I get 55% more off of commercials now. So it helps me, but Not so much for the followers. When those commercials hit, they hit hard. So I do apologize for that. Ooh, but where was I going with this? Yeah, it was a notification that Twitch sent me that I was like, oh gosh, a way to make more money off of commercials? Heck yes. And they're not asking for more commercials, they're just asking for longer commercials in less intervals. So you're getting the same amount of commercials, just distributed differently, and I get more money for doing it that way, so hey, kind of win-win if you ask me. Was being extra mean to me today, probably. But anyways, back to my train of thought before I lose it there. When he said that I was gay as fuck and I knew it was okay because my friend told me so, and so did the internet, that tells me that this guy was probably a little bit younger than I am, and that he was very, very lucky to have access to a friend that was willing to be a support structure and find resources on the internet that gave him a solid foundation and enough education to make sure that he was able to stand on his own 2 feet as far as being gay. Now I know it's all Naga's fault. This is true. Long commercials, but fewer of them, if that makes sense. But I do love this because when his family did come at him and, you know, not intentionally, but basically attacking him with these questions, like, he was ready. Like, he had the information. He knew the kind of person that he was, and he was okay with his identity. And it was not, you know, a phase for him to have to worry, but a phase for his parents to come to terms with it. And he even goes on to say that, you know, he spent years trying to understand himself and, you know, be okay with himself as he was identifying as a gay homosexual. So why would he expect his family to immediately be able to comprehend and understand and accept that? Like, it's almost unfair to expect them to just boom and be okay with it. So it was a phase for them, a matter of time for them to wrap their heads around it and understand it and, you know, come to terms with it, which I understand. And I'm not saying it's okay for people to be hateful and mean when we're talking about that, but there is sometimes an adjustment period that needs to happen. Like, you know, even though with my mom, you know, she did turn around and say, you know, I just want you to be happy and I will love you regardless, it doesn't matter. But there still has been, you know, an adjustment period for her to better understand, you know, what it means for me as a person, and what it means for her, for me as her son. Because it was awkward to have that conversation with like a friend of hers or a family friend and be like, yeah, my son's gay. That was not something that she could like easily just roll out off her tongue at the beginning. But nowadays, it's just a thing. It's just a matter of fact, you know. And I want to emphasize, you know, it's not like a defining trait that makes up who I am, but, you know, if they end up quirking an eyebrow because I do something queer or out of the ordinary, it's like, yeah, you know, I'm gay, and that may show through in some of the things that I say and or portray, but that's not the majority of who I am. But thank you for acknowledging it. But again, I just love and admire this kid so much that he was able to stand up for himself and be like, I don't know what the big problem is here. He just sent me kind of a homoerotic note, and I have nothing with this guy and I'm not interested, so why are y'all freaking out? My biggest fear going on here was that they might kick me out of the house. I knew so many people that their parents did. I lied that if they want me to leave the house, that I simply would. I said I had a place to go when I really had no place to go. I just thought that this would make them more eager to protect me rather than punish me. I probably made things worse. In my 16 years, I was lucky and smart enough to know that my coming out would be the day that I had to start raising my parents. Oh, that is such a strong statement. Raising his parents to be better people. At the age of 16, boy, was this kid way ahead of his years. I knew that I would never be able to cut them out. I loved them too much. The only way was to change them into the people I wanted them to be, and to a part, I did succeed. I realized I could not let them ask me any more questions that one day that they would end up regretting. The discussion was becoming way too toxic. I was crying, but I was pushing myself to do it. I just wanted this embarrassing moment to stop. And I did something that to the day I think is hilarious. I invited my lawyer. Yes, I did have a lawyer. She was actually not a lawyer yet, but she was studying to be one. She was also one of the friends I had trusted with my sexuality and all of my shenanigans. And she came in a heartbeat. I owe her a lot for this. And the discussion after that became easier, and my parents could hear that many of the things that were said should not have been said at all. They didn't become allies in that moment, but the discussion definitely moved to safer waters. It became clear to me now that they were only worried and wanted to protect me. They were scared of how the world would treat me, of how my sexuality would affect my life. Of course, they also saw all of their dreams and hopes falling apart. They were now very afraid that they would never raise grandchildren, or that I will not have any of the gifts that their life was full of. Everything around was suffocatingly homophobic, but I was a 16-year-old boy with a will strong enough to shape the world. I didn't think for a second everything would be okay, but I did feel that this was my life and I would fight for it. I wasn't there to live it on nobody else's terms. Holy cow, this kid. Total just power move. My mom from childhood was do whatever you want, you won't type, then acted all shocked when I was being for real. I could see that. I could see that. That, when you say that, that reminds me a lot of role players. Role players is very much that kind of person. Like, if you kind of want to get her to do something, it's be like, do it. I bet you won't. And it's like, there's just something inside her that just, oh, you don't think I will? Watch me. And she does it anyway. It's a very endearing fact and trait about her, and I kind of love it, but I know what you're talking about. But yeah, and then when you do actually turn around and do it, it's like, oh my god, you did what? It's like, you told me to, or you said I wouldn't. Watch me. Watch me. The days did not get better soon enough. My phone was taken from me, and so was my internet access. Me being out was being monitored, and it was so frustrating. My mother cried for weeks without end. She wouldn't pick up the phone, have friends over, or family. She would stay in the living room sobbing as if we lost every hope. You killed me, she would say. My life is gone, and I have no happiness left to see. Those words hurt like burning knives in my skin, but I knew that she needed to go through this. I cried the gay away for endless nights the years before, and that was for me. How could my mother be any more prepared than I was? How can our parents that created us not have expectations and fears? I don't blame her for a second. I needed my time, and she needed hers. So this is where I get a little on the philosophy that this guy's going for here. Like, I do understand that he was coming to an understanding that, she had to go through an adjustment period. Like, she needed to be able to process it, to wrap her head around it, to be able to understand it, and come to an acceptance of it. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that anything she did or said was right. And I think for her to really grow and to develop as a person, that in that moment in time when she finally did come around and had that processing period and adjustment period, to be like, you know what? I'm sorry. and I apologize for what I said and what I did, and that she would genuinely need to owe that apology to her son for that. As the time passed and the wounds healed and the people learned, today my parents are closer to being LGBT champions than homophobes. It took them 10 years to fully embrace me, but it was worth the wait. I will never forget the thing my dad told me 9 years after my coming out. He said that I am not happy that you have a boyfriend, but I am happy that you're happy. But I did have different aspirations for you, but now the only thing I know is that your boyfriend will be just like a new son to me. So a little bit of mixed messages in there, you know. The dad is fully admitting that, you know, he doesn't necessarily fully agree with the lifestyle, but he is accepting it. There is a huge difference between agreeing with it and accepting it. And I honestly think the acceptance part is so much more important than the agreement part. Because this dad is saying that I'm happy that you're happy and I still love you. And if this is the man that you decide you want to be with, then he will simply just be, you know, my son-in-law that will be welcome to the family. Why can't more people be like that? Why? Why? There is a lot more on this website that he goes into, which is kind of like post-analysis of his situation and his story here. You know what? I'm gonna be objective. We'll go into it because there are some parts I don't exactly agree with here. But it's like where it says, as Panty in her book A Woman in the Making said, if you want to come out to your parents, don't do it in person. Send them a letter. You will miss the storm and the worst of their reactions, and you will see a much calmer version of them. I feel like this is a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. It is true that, you know, by doing it in a written form and not doing it in person, you may avoid some of the like upfront physical backlash because it kind of gives them that, you know, emotional passion period to give it a moment to pass so they don't say something out of, you know, hate, rage, confusion, misunderstanding, where it comes from a place of fear instead of a place of love. So you get to avoid that, and I do agree with that. But I also feel like there's a bit of a, you know, extremely personable aspect that is missing when that happens. But, you know, everybody's different. Everybody's family situations are different. Everybody's backgrounds are different. So, you know, do what works for you, and I fully support it. But I know for me, that's something that I would not have been able to do. Like, at least with my mother. You know, with her, it's like I wanted to be upfront in her face. Like, this is who I am. This is where we're going to go with it. And that's what I did. And I'm happy I did it that way. For other people, it may be a better situation or better suited for them to put it in a letter, in a text message, and send it off to make sure that, you know, there's no violence or extremely negative backlash in that moment in time. I get that 100%, and I support it. Then it goes on to say, if you are young and you have reasons to believe your parents may take it very badly, do not come out to them. Sometimes it's better to wait and do it when you are financially and emotionally independent. Again, I feel like I got a foot in and a foot out with this. Because, you know, the message I hear when I read that sentiment there is basically keep your ass in the closet until it's safe to come out. How do you know when it's safe? Is it ever safe? Like, I know that there is a logical sentiment where, you know, you should keep it hidden. You should not come out, and you shouldn't say anything about it, just to make sure that you still have a roof over your head and food on the table to eat, until you are able to get your own roof over your head and your own food to eat. But, you know, especially with the way that the economy has been and the pandemic, and like, that's not an option that becomes readily available to everybody as soon as they hit 18. And even, you know, holding on to that until you are 18 can be such a detrimental impact on the psyche of a person. Like, with the practicality of it, I understand where he's coming from when he says that, but with the emotional impact and how that affects a person on an interpersonal level, ooh, do I disagree with that so hard. Just, ooh. Which is why I really do, again, want to push for those resources with the Trevor Project and all of those different resources that's available on the, no, not that one. Oh my God, where did it go? The whenicameout.com with their resources for homelessness that's available there. You know, I really want to push for those, because you shouldn't ever have to feel like you have to lock yourself in there. Just, whoo! Anyways, getting heated, y'all. Have faith in yourself. Be proud of who you are and what you have to bring. Take a deep breath and find the power to stand on your own feet as fast as you can. Which is a little bit in contradiction to the previous statement, but yes. Not everybody has like the resources and the personality trait and the steadfast will that this person had at the age of 16 to be like, okay, I'm gay, what's the problem here? Like, why are y'all freaking out? Everybody can't be like that. Everybody's different. Everybody's got different personality traits. And, you know, for some people, it takes a lot of time and a lot of situations for them to build up the courage, or until their give a damn is finally broken enough to be like, you know, fuck y'all, this is who I am. So even though that is an encouraging statement, it's really hard to put it in application and practicality. A good friend can mean the world. The families we choose are great, but putting a bit of effort for the people that raised you may be worth it as well. Yes and no, again. It's like agree and disagree at the same time, because there's still so much out of that is left out. You know, if your family is toxic and they are not willing to listen and not willing to be open-minded and are just going to be hateful and violent and just nothing but straight up filth and negativity aimed at you like a weapon 24/7, get out. There is nothing that says that you have to stay. I know there's situations where it may be the only place where you have a roof and food, and those situations suck, but bottom line is you do not need to be there. And there are some times and some situations where family, they may be the people that gave birth to you or raised you, but they may not be your best options as far as caring for you and supporting you in life. Woo. I also say this as a person who watched his mother struggle to keep a family together for years in a horrible situation for herself. And when I finally was getting old enough to realize that the relationship between my biological mother and father was not healthy, and she was finally getting the nerve and the like literal physical evidence that she needed to be like, I need a divorce. My mother at the age of 14 pulled me into the living room, sat me down on the couch one time, burst out into tears, and asked me if I thought it was the right thing for her to do to leave, you know, my father, her husband at the time. And the words that came out of my mouth at the age of 14, mind you, was, I'm surprised you didn't do it sooner. I know she was well-meaning in her attempts to keep the family together, but in those situations, sometimes you just got to get out. Get away. especially when there's so much toxicity and negativity and or violence, especially. As shocking as it sounds, homelessness is not the worst thing that can happen to you. It's true. It is absolutely true. I didn't want to like straight up come out and say that homelessness may be a better option than staying with your family, but in some cases, yes, that can be true. It is not the worst case scenario in comparison to some of these homes that, you know, people had it so bad that, you know, they literally ended their lives. And this is going back to the beginning of the stream where, you know, I wanted to talk about the stories that did not have the happy endings and were not inspiring and not encouraging. Like, there are so many others. For every good story that is out there, there's a bad story that ended horribly. Whether it ended in suicide or, you know, just ending up in piss poor conditions, crippling depression, just, it's not always a happy ending. Does it get better? Yes, because you can, we've got the resources. There are people out there that do help to make it better, and of course we are in a endless ongoing fight to simply just, you know, have protected rights and to change the education for people, to let them know that we too are people and should be treated as such. We are not second-rate citizens. We are not any lesser of a human being than they are. Whew. Homelessness can be deadly if you're in certain communities or places, so I can have empathy for people who stay where they are for the time being. Yes, yes, and that is also true. It's very subjective and relative depending on where you live and how you live and what resources are locally available, and whether or not you can even get to those resources. I know I'm sitting here saying they are there, and, you know, here are links, here are places that you can seek out support and get help, but location has a lot to do with that too. And finding those physical resources can be difficult depending on where you may be located at. So that is the thing. And it's one of those where it kind of boils down to, you know, which is the lesser of two evils here, where neither is really a good choice. It's not an easy place to be in at all. And we need to be aware of those situations. That's the reason why these resources do exist, to help people that are stuck in those situations, and why we need to have those fundraisers and increase the ability for them to reach out to other people. And depending on your skin color, your gender presentation, etc., some will be more likely to land you in jail, which makes finding work later in life really hard. I get why someone would stay, so that once they get a foothold, they can move out. Yes, yes. And that's why it's just like when I approach that statement, you know, where it says sometimes it's better to wait to do it when you're financially and emotionally independent. It's like, yes, in certain situations that is true. In certain situations that may be worse. It's all dependent on, you know, the variables of that particular situation and the circumstances that that person may be in. But it is something that we need to, you know, be aware and know that it does exist and acknowledge it from all angles. Which I get it, you know, this article, and when they talk about what they learned, this is coming from their perspective, their story, and the variables that were in their circumstance. So, like, 100% understand where that person is coming from. I just want to make sure that we're looking at it from all other perspectives as well. Like, I feel like that is my one solitary gift, where I'm able to kind of like backpedal and look at the bigger picture, and it's like, I want to see this from all perspectives, all angles. You know, I have my experiences, I have my story, and through all the trials and tribulations that I've been, that has helped give me a better understanding to relate to other people's situations. But at the same time, in the same rate, there's a lot of experiences that I have not had. I've had if we were to put it on like a pie graph, like even my total life experience, which is definitely more than you would expect to see in one person's lifetime, is still like 0.0000001% on the pie graph of all the other circumstances and variables that people have to contend with. Like, it is so little in comparison. But I still feel like we have to look at all the rest of the graph as well. I hope I didn't come across as someone who is ignorant to that. I'm coming from a place as someone who spent 6 years on the street in tent cities, in and out of jail, on floors, couches, and my car. Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. You know, we're just, you know, these are experiences that we have lived, that we've shared, and we're sharing what our perspective was on that. But still being open-minded enough to acknowledge that, you know, there are other circumstances, there are other situations, and there are other things that we have to consider for other people as well. In a state where it gets over 100 degrees in the summer, ooh, dear God. I was actually speaking to some customers earlier this week that were talking about, you know, 100-degree weather, and I sometimes help people that have thermostat issues, so especially when we get calls like that and they're talking about, you know, my thermostat doesn't work and it's like 112 degrees in here. It's like, oh my God, let's try to fix that as quickly as we can here. So yes, that is, whew, it's a struggle. Definitely a struggle. Oh goodness, it is going on 12:30. Am I even still logged into Final Fantasy? I have no idea. Let's take a look here. Idle cam still going a mile a minute. Let's see. Are we still open? I don't think we're open anymore. We may have cashed out for the night, and I've just been looking pretty this entire time. Sitting here looking at Final Fantasy, like, ooh, what's going on here? Nothing. It is empty. Nobody. But that's okay. We were having talk show tonight. Speaking of, I just got moved into my first apartment in 7 years today. Oh my gosh, congratulations. I kind of... Not... I remember having that first feeling in my first apartment where, you know, my signature was on the dotted line of the lease. But being that I have always had to kind of live subsequently with somebody else for a really long time and dependent on, you know, their home, it has been really liberating to say that as of the 1st of this month, I have moved in with my partner, and this is now our home. Whereas, you know, not saying any bad things about, you know, my landlord, or my previous roommate / landlord, but you know, it was always the feeling of like, this is his house. It's not in any part my house. It's his house, and I'm just a guest that's been here for the past 2 years. So it's been really liberating to be able to move here and be like, this is now a home for me and my partner. Next month, I'm 17 months sober. Oh my gosh, huge congrats. And that's huge for me to like have my own place and be clean and sober. Oh my God, that is amazing. Kudos. Huge congratulations for that. That has definitely got to be an amazing feeling. I want to say my sister was actually getting to that same point in her life after she had a baby. And I think that was kind of like her awakening period to be like, you know, I need to start going sober, get off of drugs, and, you know, start getting myself together. She started going back to school. Was living with my mother at the time, who was helping her to get back on her feet and helping to take care of the baby. And I think my sister was getting to that point where, you know, oh my gosh, I'm about to get my degree in cosmetology, and I'm actually going to be able to, you know, go work in a salon and one day have maybe my own hair salon of my own. That I think that's what she was aiming for. She had a car accident, sadly, so she did pass away before she could ever, you know, aspire to that dream. But I think that she was getting to that point, that aspiring moment to be like, I'm living my life. I'm getting there. So that has got to be an amazing, amazing feeling. Let's see, do I have any other stories that I had saved up here? Let's see. This site that I'm looking at right here is actually, I think this may have been a university, if I'm not mistaken. UCI. Not even sure what UCI is, or let's see, UCI. University of California in Irvine. Okay, that's what it is. All right, so this is a university, but they do have their LGBT resource center that they have there, and these are stories that came from either faculty or students at that university, and some of these are really good and a little long, as you can see here. But this first one here, sometimes help comes in the most unexpected of places. After my coming out experience, I became eternally grateful for the amount of support and empathy that was given to me by both my friends and my family. Although I lost quite a few friends and acquaintances in the process, the rewards of self-confidence and seeing the sincerity in the relationships that I had with the people in my life made the entire experience worth it in the end. I always knew I was different from the other boys on the playground, but I never thought homosexuality was a bad thing. My father always told me that being different was being different, and nothing more than that. In elementary school, I would go around and tell boys and girls that I had crushes on them, and nobody thought anything of the antics. I felt reassured that being different was acceptable. In junior high school, however, everything seemed to change. All of a sudden, the boys were expected to wear a certain style of clothes, act a certain way, and treat girls in a particular manner. I remember being extremely confused, but also confident in my differences from those boys, but as the years progressed, it became more and more difficult. Being a Boy Scout and hearing horror stories of homosexuals being outed and expelled from the organization instilled a sense of fear and confidentiality with my blooming sexual urges. I began to conform to the I'm trying to lose my voice, y'all. I began to conform to the gender stereotypes of hypermasculinity. I remember I started to skateboard and play basketball like a typical pre-teenager. I started to dress differently, changed my hairstyle, started talking more like a guy, but I felt fake, lonely, and misunderstood. Problems with my family and my feeling of rejection led me into a spiraling vertigo of depression, which eventually led to a few attempted suicides. If it wasn't for two very close friends of mine, who I still talk to on a regular basis, I would not have made it past the age of 13. So this was going back to where we were talking about not every story was happy. You know, there were dire situations and, you know, not a happy ending at all, where, you know, this very much could have been the case if not for these two close friends that this person had. They wouldn't have seen anything beyond the age of 13. Oh, wait, I already read that. It wasn't until my junior year of high school that something clicked in my mind. While walking along Ocean Beach in San Francisco, one of my best girlfriends at the time asked me if I was gay or if I ever had sexual feelings for guys. At first, I denied the claim. When I got home from the city that evening, I called her and told her everything. I told her about my depression, my secret crushes, my sexual frustrations, and feelings of rejection. With her help, I was finally able to muster up the courage to come out to the rest of my friends and eventually my family. Invite in. I remember that day very clearly. November 3rd of 2006. I was sitting in my photography class with my best friend at the time, and as my teacher was droning on about aperture widths and shutter speeds, I pulled my friend aside and whispered, "I need to talk to you after class about something really important. Is that cool?" He shrugged and continued to take notes. After class, I looked him straight in the eye and I told him that I was gay. That was the last time I ever talked to him. He looked at me, shook his head, and walked away. I was devastated. I come from a conservative suburb, did I say that right? In the Bay Area, and so this didn't come to me as much of a surprise or a shock. When a lot of my close friends reacted in a similar manner, I felt isolated and depressed. After a period of frustration, I decided that I needed to broaden my horizons and put myself out there. I began to socialize outside of my network, and eventually, I built solid friendships with a variety of people who would be integral in developing my self-identity as a strong queer individual. I like this part of the story because I feel like not only in just like coming out with sexuality, but just coming out with identity, or even and I'll tell this part of my own story here, even like coming out as, you know, somebody who is HIV positive. You know, I'm HIV positive myself. I am POS. I am undetectable and have been for a little bit of time now. But there had been a situation where when some people were told about that, they decided that they no longer wanted to be friends or associate with a person of that stature, of being identified as POS. And there were certain people that said very hateful things about said person who has identified as POS. And it's, you know, upsetting and angry that makes me. It also tells me that these are people that don't deserve to be invited in and happily showed themselves out the door and now have made room for people that do deserve to be invited in. Ooh. It's like, ooh, before I really get worked up on that one. We love when the trash takes itself out. Amen. Like when people really show their true colors and just decide to be hateful, ignorant, and closed-minded like that, and they decide, I just don't want to no longer associate with it, you know, that's where I feel like I really need to turn the tea up and be like, well, honey, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out now, okay? Bless your heart. Woo! It also reinforces that the people surrounding you in the immediate moment are not the only people who exist, and that there are people in the world that will accept you. Yes! 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 Oh my God, yes. They are not the only people that have to matter in your life. And that applies to, again, going back to that other story where I said I agree and disagree with that sentiment about family. Like, your family does not have to be your family. Just because you are related by blood does not mean that they have to be in your life. If they are nothing but a toxic fountain of negativity in your life, cut them out, hunty. They don't have to be there. They do not have to be your only family. Your chosen family, your found family that does exist out there can easily replace them. Just saying. Whew. Getting worked up over that. Continuing on. As this social transformation was ongoing, my family was on the back burner for myself. One day, my dad walked into my room and hugged me and said that he would always support me no matter who I was or what I did with my life. At that moment, I burst out in tears and told him everything. After many hours of tears and sorry, reading that reminded me of how my stepdad did something very similar to this. I gotta take my glasses off. That's how you know when it's really hit me. Oh my God. This reminds me of when my stepdad basically did the exact same thing for me. Where, and I mean, the conversation actually went a little bit further than that because, you know, even at the beginning, he said, even though I am not your biological father, or I think the word that may have been used at the time was DNA donor. That's just how he is. He said that he would always and has always looked, at the time, I looked at me and my sister as his own kids. and that he would treat us and love us as if we always were. So in my process of coming out and him just, emphasizing that all over again and showing that, regardless of who I identify as or who I choose to love in life, that, I will always be his son and that he will always be proud of me. It's just, this happened. This happened. Bitch cried. Okay. Woo. Naga needs his tea. Oh my god. Ooh. Trying to continue reading. Glasses gotta go back on the face. Okay. Whew. I burst out in tears and told him everything. After many hours of tears and anguish, I felt completely drained. Oh, and do I know that feeling all too well? Just everything sucked out of your entire being. With the support of my family firmly behind me, I felt invincible and rejuvenated. Head held high, I finished up the rest of high school with a renewed sense of optimism and a strong, fiery passion to succeed. Although the beginning phases of coming out were painful and disheartening, the end result was phenomenal. Not only have I become more confident in myself, but I have also been able to help others through the process. Coming out fostered my personality, my relationships with people, and my growth as an individual. It is so important to be reminded that you are loved. And you are so right. And that is one of the reasons why I actually consider my mother so much a hero in my life. She never, not once, ever since I was her first child. She had me at an early age, 19, 20. She was young when she had me. And she always told me, even as a kid, that, she saw me more as her best friend and that we grew up together, more so than she saw me as her son, even though, by technicality I am. And that she, always loved me even before I was born. And she has repetitiously throughout life always enforced that and said it and reminded that to both me and my sister, and now, my half-brother as well, that she has always loved us. And, even through everything that we experienced as a family, going through, a violent divorce, which was also a political scandal, and dealing with homelessness and, poverty and, barely even having money to have food, that she was always there for me and my sister. Always, always, always there. And then, of course, when she met her now husband, my stepfather, and he came into our lives, and not only just him, but his entire family adopted me, my sister, my mother into their lives and their homes. Ooh. And they, too, were just unconditional love throughout the entire process. And even, when I officially came out, I was actually living with my father at the time. So a lot of my life was still kind of hidden from that side of the family. But even when I came out and came out to my mother, that entire side of the family, both my mother, my stepfather's family, and everybody else involved in between, were just so supportive and wanted to keep reminding me that, we still love you regardless of who you say you are. And we're going to continue loving you like we always have. Ooh, that really solidified a good portion of the person I am today. And the reason why I'm crying right now. Oh God. And you are so right, Squishy. So right. Like that, it is so important for the people who do love us to remind us that they do actually love us, just regardless. Whatever the situation may be, that they still love us dearly. And to this day, you know, I still feel like sometimes, especially when my mother gets emotional or down and out, that she still questions, you know, whether or not she was a good mom or if she made the right decisions in life. And there's been a lot of times where she'll call me. It'll be 3 o'clock in the morning, and she'll call and you know, have these moments where she just needs to talk to me and ask me, you know, if she was a bad mom. And it's one of those where, you know, you're human, mom. You know, we all make mistakes. But if you're asking me if I ever thought that you did something wrong, you know, I might have questioned the fact that you used a vacuum cleaner hose to whip me as a child, because I will forever remember that pain in particular. But were you ever a bad parent or a bad mother? You know, from my perspective, no. You have always been my hero in terms of being a parent. And it's just like, you know, my love for you, as you have constantly reminded, your love for me has been unconditional ever since I was like sentient. So, oh my God. Naka, stop crying. Whew. Tell the people you love that you love them. Even if they are completely melancholy or pretentious or introverted is the word I was looking for. Even if they're completely introverted and do not express emotion well, just tell them you love them. Tell them you love them. They may look socially awkward and not know how to respond, but they still need to know. Oh my God. Whew. Okay, Naka needs to cool down. We still got time for a few more stories here. Let's see. There were on this particular website. Some of these stories were good. Some of these were not very well written. Let me see if this was one of the good ones. No, this one was very ambiguous and didn't make sense. Let's look at the next one. Okay, here we go. This was a good one. Naka's trying to like quickly change the subject so I can stop crying. Whew. Throughout my childhood, I was a tomboy. Did not own any Barbies, and I did not host tea parties. Most of the time was spent outside, running, playing basketball, riding bikes, all with the neighborhood boys. During my elementary school years, I gathered a reputation for being both very athletic and somewhat competitive. I never really had much of a desire to hang out with other girls, mostly because I was very active and enjoyed playing sports, which was not something that the girls usually did. When middle school came around, my ambitions had not much changed. Ooh, excuse me. I still wanted to play sports and wrestle with the guys, but for some strange reason, I felt that things started to change. All of a sudden, people stopped using recess for physical activity and instead began writing the rules of exclusion, which helped them to define their clique. Being the jock that I was, I never really had a popularity problem. Basically, I could slip into any of the little circles, social circles, without much fuss. However, when most of the conversations began shifting towards notions of dating and the opposite sex, I didn't ever find myself engaged. This is something that I can actually strongly relate to because in high school myself, like there was a handful of people that knew that I was, as I said, bi at the time. But popularity, hierarchy-wise, I wasn't like a jock, but I never had a problem like fitting into their social circles. You know, in the morning time, there was always your different cliques that stood in different places, and it would be easy for me to just like slip in and join in on conversation with any one of those circles, even though I was the theater kid, even though I was the choir kid. They didn't really think too much of it. But again, when it did come talking about like attraction and anything with dating and relationships, I was kind of like the awkward silent one. Okay, Naka, I gotta head to bed. Much love to you. Thank you for a wonderful stream. Heck, thank you so much for coming in on the stream too. I'm so glad you got to come in and participate with us. And of course, cannot wait for us to hang out with each other sometime soon. Another shout out to Heck Vedeke here. I definitely want to bring the spotlight on him for a second. Heck Vedeke is another streamer on Twitch who does a lot of indie demo games, a variety of different games. He is such a huge, just like cuddle bear with queer energy and brings so much positivity to all the streams that he does. So for anybody, that hasn't checked out his channel, please do so. It is always so uplifting to watch all of his streams, and I always enjoy going in there and just listening to everything that he's doing. But you get some rest. Thank you for participating, and get some good sleep here tonight. Whew. Naka's actually getting kind of tired himself. We are getting to the end of the stream here. We've only got about like 10 minutes left, but we're coming to a close. We're coming here. Right, where were we? Talking about notions of dating, opposite sex, didn't ever really find myself engaged. This boredom that surrounded dating was the backdrop for most of my high school experience. I didn't really care about being with anybody. I did find some men to be attractive, but I only found myself wanting to hang out, laugh, and participate in outdoor activities, such as fishing, hiking, skiing, whatever. Before attending college, I never really entertained the idea of allowing myself to find women attractive. Ironically, I frequently recall interactions with guys to be much easier than interactions with girls, which might have been a suggestive indicator of my queer sexuality, the butterflies in the stomach effect. Either way, I began allowing myself to look at women in a different way, a more affectionate way. After exploring my sexuality, I found myself in a wonderful relationship with my girlfriend. Being somewhat of a private person, I told only my close friends about how I felt. I did not make any attempts to hide my sexuality. Considering that I did not care much about dating, I was never in situations that I think that was meant to be revealed my orientation. However, as our relationship blossomed, I found myself hiding my girlfriend from my family by omitting her mention. At this point, I knew that it was time to tell them. Seeing as my parents lived about 4 hours away, I decided I would need to take a weekend trip up north to tell them. My parents were currently out of town when I decided to go up to visit. They told me that they would be coming back Saturday afternoon, and I told them that I would be coming to visit, and that I was going to bring Nicole, my friend. Nicole and I spent Friday evening and Saturday morning at my parents' house. In the afternoon, we decided to go do some grocery shopping for dinner. While we were out, my parents called to see where we were and what we were doing. At this time, I told them that Nicole and I were going to make dinner and that we would be home shortly. Before hanging up the phone, though, I paused and told them that I wanted them to know that Nicole was my girlfriend. At this point, my mom became upset and started to cry. In her defense, her emotional state was partially due to a family member's health, which was declining. Either way, over the course of 20 minutes and 3 phone calls back and forth, I told her I was upset and that we were going to drive back down to Irvine. I never saw them that day. I was too upset, uncomfortable, and could not stop crying. By this time, it was early in the evening. Nicole started driving us back towards Irvine, I don't know how to pronounce it, until she became tired and could not drive anymore. I was already fast asleep by the time that we pulled into the parking lot around 1 a.m. We slept in the car until I woke, which was around 3:30 a.m. Then I jumped in the driver's seat and drove us the rest of the way home. This one doesn't have a follow-up, and it kind of makes me sad because it makes it sound like that was it. Like that was her coming out and then she had no more association with her family. But like I said, I wanted us to talk about the not so happy stories also. And this could have been a situation where, if her family did continue to be toxic and negative and just ignorant and closed-minded towards this situation, then yes, as sad as it would be, this would probably be one of those situations where it's like, cut it. If y'all cannot be loving, if y'all cannot be supportive, or, I'm not asking you to agree with my lifestyle, but I may be at least asking you to understand and accept my lifestyle. I'm still, the same person I was prior to you finding out about this. If they can't be willing to put in the effort for that, then why would it be worth the effort to still try to allow their toxicity and negativity to harm you? Just saying. With that one, we might have time for one more. Let me pull up one more here. Let's see. Let's go to story 4. Yeah, this is a good one. Because this actually talks about an LGBT ally. So coming out as an LGBT ally has been an extensive learning process. As the heterosexual female who works at the LGBT Resource Center, I constantly receive the look, a quick vertical scan, followed by a step back, narrowing of the eyes, and finally silence. Apparently, this is the process to determine another's sexual orientation. Initially, I was terrified of strangers and friends classifying me within the wrong category. Eventually, though, I realized that there are more important social issues than sexual orientation. I had to learn to be confident within my own sexuality in order to remain stronger than the people discriminating against me, whether they are heterosexual or queer. I placed myself in an unfamiliar environment, and as a result, I have learned some of the most important life lessons. I have become more confident with myself while becoming an ally for the LGBT community. My journey begins in the junior year of high school, where I for once got to school early. There was a booth of kids signing up for something, and I decided to see what it was all about. Little did I know that I was about to participate in my first day of silence. I decided that it sounded like a fun thing to do, and oh, okay, I was about to misread that. And well, hey, people should do what they want, right? Well, later that day in Spanish class, when the teacher was taking account of who was participating in the day of silence, I raised my hand, and a boy from across the room shouted, "She's a lesbian, what?" This was the first time I realized the narrow mindfulness of my peers. I became afraid and ashamed because apparently even supporting the LGBT community has negative side effects. Today, it still hurts me when my peers attempt to explain to me that being gay is wrong. I am still shocked that individuals who have grown up in such a diverse generation could still hold on to discriminations born in the past. I began my college coming out process during one of the most stigmatized political elections, especially concerning the LGBT community, including all the others still, yes. I had a lot to learn, but my learning curve was almost a straight line up, no pun intended. I did not just learn a new vocabulary, information, and classifications, but I was also aligning myself with a minority under attack. One of the hardest issues I faced, it's a good thing that we're about to end because I'm losing my voice here today. One of the hardest issues I faced during my coming out process was my Christian-raised boyfriend. His highly narrow-minded view of the world did not include the LGBTQ+ community. His father refers to homosexuality as a sin. My boyfriend was very uncomfortable with the LGBTQ+ community and as a result almost hated it. His black and white view of the world made my transformation as a LGBT supporter to ally a very rocky road. Suddenly, his mildly liberal girlfriend was correcting his speech, putting up no on Prop 8 signs, and defending same-sex marriage as quickly as she could breathe. I learned from this clash in ideology the importance of remaining true to my beliefs and always supporting what is right. I feel like I've become a beacon for the closeted LGBT community. It's quite a thing to say. I have had people come out to me at parties because they hear that I work at the LGBTQ+ Resource Center. It's hard to say LGBT without saying the LGBTQ+. I am highly involved in the Greek community, student government, and various leadership positions, and my job instantly converts me to the safe zone. I love that I can bring new information and fresh ideas to groups that might not be aware of the LGBTQ+ issues. I patiently help my friends use positive language that does not reinforce negative connotations with the gay community. I often interject a small fact or restate something with emphasis if I feel someone does not grasp an LGBTQ plus idea. It is weird that it is weird that I would feel like a peer educator when I still have so much to learn. I learn something new every day, and I always find myself slipping up with my slang. It is hard to cut out sayings and phrases that originally were not meant to offend people, but obviously associates being LGBT as a negative aspect of life. But obviously associates being LGBT as a negative aspect of life. Kind of like how we were talking about, kids would say, oh my god, that's so gay. But turning that into a positive thing instead of using it as a negative connotation. I have had my sexuality questioned. I deal with the double takes and sideways glances. I am a heterosexual woman who has come out as a LGBTQ plus ally. So I like this particular article because somebody who is in that heteronormative privilege, where she does have that privilege of being hetero, but at the same time using her privilege and power to give power to those in the minority. So I do like that aspect of this article. I do like that message from this story, and I do like that she's giving other allies the power to be like, speak up, say something, use your privilege in order to help progress, the rights and the equality that these minorities deserve. But at the same time, I know there's people that's going to look at the story and be like, I know she's talking about her trials and tribulations, but it's really hard to compare them to the ones in the minorities that are actually dealing with the trials and tribulations of actually being lesbian, gay, bi, trans, whatever. I know there is that, but we have to understand that she's trying to tell a story from her perspective with no ill intention. She's not trying to belittle any other issues or say that, her challenges are any greater or less than anybody else's. But, the positive message from this is that, she wants to give other allies the strength to step up and stand up to those who are being discriminatory and prejudice and just hateful people. Blah. Oh god. Anywho, it is now 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time, which means it is getting really close to Naga's bedtime. So we're gonna start bringing this to a close here. But overall, I wanted to make sure to talk about these stories today because, again, we didn't have a chance as Echo, the one-winged healer, to really have a chance to celebrate Pride the month of June and kind of just give a place for people to talk about their stories and, get to hear our stories from other people. Not just talking about all these stories that I found online, but my stories and some of the stories that y'all shared as well. And also talking about, this horrible decision made by the Supreme Court with the overturn of Roe versus Wade and taking away, the rights of choice for women that find themselves in situations and predicaments that, they need to have resources and the ability to make certain choices for. And the precarious situation that they are now in because of their state legislative now saying, abortions are illegal. Anywho, again, whole other soapbox that still kind of ties in with what we're talking about today, but that, obviously, y'all know where I stand on that. Anywho, it's been a good night. I feel like we've talked about so much, looked at so many stories, and honest to God, I have no idea what even happened at the Echo Chamber. I was paying no attention to the club at all tonight. So, Takeshi, I am extending a personal and professional apology to you specifically. I, unfortunately, was not doing anything in-game, so I am so sorry for that. Another shout out to our artist here, Kaneth, who did all of these wonderful dragons that you see up here presented in the corner for all different spectrums of the LGBTQ plus community all together. You can find her artwork on the Tumblr link included with the post I just made, including her DeviantArt account, if you want to look at some of the other things that Kenneth has worked on, and see if she's got any open commissions or anything like that. And also, for everybody that came in tonight and talked with us and told us their stories and participated, thank y'all as well. Because we as a community, we do have to support each other. We do have to love each other and make sure that we do have a leg to stand on, especially when we're faced with these challenges and trials, and for all the new ones that are to come with God knows what, as time will tell. So we got to stick together, love each other, remind each other that we love each other. You know, get rid of the hate, show the love. Love is love, and it does get better. But y'all have a good night. I will see you Monday when we come back for some New Game Plus in Final Fantasy and actually play a little bit of Final Fantasy 14, unlike what we did today. But so much love. Y'all have a good one. I'm out. Naga is finally gonna go to bed, lay his head down, and fall asleep. Like he should have done a long time ago.